Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told many people about what happened to me growing up in Pine Grove. It's a small, rural town where everybody knows everybody, which made it even harder to talk about the weird stuff I experienced. I was just a normal 10-year-old kid living with my grandma in her old house. It wasn't ancient or anything, built in the early 90s, but something about it never felt quite right. My grandma moved there after Grandpa died. It was supposed to be her fresh start, I guess. My parents weren't really in the picture. Mum had addiction problems, and Dad worked oil rigs out of state. So it was just me and Grandma in this two-story house at the edge of town. From the beginning, everyone talked about the house being haunted, not in a serious call the exorcist way, but more like how small towns keep little stories alive. There were supposedly two ghosts. The first one we called the hippie ghost, because whenever it was around, you'd smell this weird hair product like something from the 70s or 80s. You'd only smell it near the front of Grandma's bedroom door. It wasn't scary, just strange. The second ghost was Larry, my grandma's brother who died in a farming accident back in the 80s. The weird thing about Larry was his cowboy hat. Grandma kept it hanging on the wall with a bunch of other hats, but only Larry's would randomly fall off, while all the others stayed put. It happened at least once a month, and Grandma would just sigh and say, "Larry's restless today." I never thought much about these things until what happened when I was 10. I'd gotten into trouble. I don't even remember what for now. Probably talking back or not doing chores. Grandma and I had a huge fight, and she sent me to my room. I remember lying on my bed crying, facing the door, feeling sorry for myself like kids do. That's when I heard it. A deep, grumbling voice whispered right into my ear, "I know what you did." The voice was so close I felt the breath on my ear. I froze completely. My room was small, just a twin bed, a dresser, and a closet. I knew nobody else was in there. I was facing the only door, and nobody had come in. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just lay there, too terrified to move for what felt like hours. Eventually, I fell asleep from exhaustion, and when I woke up the next morning, I convinced myself it had been a dream. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. My bedroom always felt off after that, especially the closet. I started sleeping with the closet door firmly shut, and sometimes I'd pile toys against it. Grandma thought I was being messy, but really I was making a barrier. For a while, nothing else happened. Life went on normally, school, friends, video games. But when I turned 12, I got really interested in ghost stories and paranormal stuff. Looking back, maybe that was a mistake. It's like whatever was in that house noticed my interest and decided to show itself more. It started small. I'd come back to my room and find pencils or books moved from where I left them. Nothing major, just enough to make me question myself. Was I forgetting where I put things? Was Grandma moving my stuff while cleaning? Then things escalated. One afternoon, I was sitting at my desk doing homework when my eraser shot off the desk like someone had flicked it. There was nobody else in the room. I didn't touch it, it just moved on its own. A week later, my alarm clock got shoved off my nightstand while I was reading in bed. I clearly saw it slide off as if pushed by an invisible hand. My heart nearly stopped. The worst incident happened when I was 13. I was at my computer typing up a school report. I had a bowl of goldfish crackers next to me. I always snacked while doing homework. Suddenly, the bowl flew across the room and smashed against the wall. Not fell, not slid, flew. Like someone had picked it up and thrown it as hard as they could. Crackers went everywhere, and I just sat there, too shocked to move. Grandma came running up the stairs asking what happened. I couldn't tell her the truth. She'd think I was making it up or had thrown it myself. So I lied and said I accidentally knocked it over reaching for something. She gave me this look like she didn't quite believe me, but didn't push it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the bowl and how much force it would take to throw it like that. Whatever was in my room was getting stronger, and I was terrified of what it might do next. A few nights later, I started hearing knocking. Not like house-settling noises, but deliberate human-like knocking coming from my ceiling and walls. At first, I thought it was the pipes or maybe a tree branch, but it had a rhythm to it. 3 knocks. Pause, 2 knocks, pause, 3 knocks again. One evening, I was taking a shower and heard the knocking above me. I don't know what came over me, curiosity, stupidity, or bravery, but I stood on the edge of the bathtub and knocked back 3 times. The silence that followed was the most terrifying moment of my life. Then it came. 3 clear knocks in response, directly above where I was standing. I scrambled out of that bathroom so fast I nearly slipped and cracked my head open. I didn't tell Grandma. What would I say? Hey, I think I'm communicating with a ghost in our bathroom ceiling. She'd think I was losing it. Instead, I started researching. I'd stay late at the school library reading books about paranormal activity. I learned about poltergeists and how they often manifest around adolescence. Was that what was happening to me? Was I somehow causing this? Things got so bad that I begged Grandma to let me switch bedrooms. I told her mine was too small and I needed more space for my stuff. She finally agreed, and for a few weeks everything was quiet in my new room down the hall. Then one morning I woke up to find all my clothes from the dresser pulled out and scattered across the floor. Grandma accused me of making a mess, but I swore I didn't do it. We got into a huge fight about it. She thought I was lying to avoid getting in trouble. I couldn't convince her that something else was doing this. The final straw came when Grandma found me sleeping on the couch for the 3rd night in a row. I couldn't bear to be in any bedroom in that house anymore. She sat down and finally asked me what was really going on. I broke down and told her everything. The voice, the objects moving, the knocking. I expected her to dismiss it or tell me I was imagining things. Instead, she got very quiet and very pale. I hear things too, she finally said. I just didn't want to scare you. 2 weeks later, we moved. Grandma found a newer house on the other side of town, built just 5 years earlier. No previous owners, no history, no ghosts. Or so we thought. For the first month in the new house, everything was peaceful. I had a cool new room with a bunk bed, even though it was just me. I took the top bunk because it made me feel safer, farther from the floor, from whatever might be lurking in the shadows. Then it started again. A spoon dragged itself off my desk while I was studying. I actually watched it move an inch at a time until it fell to the floor. The fairy lights I'd strung up around my ceiling began flickering when there were no power issues anywhere else in the house. But the worst thing, the absolute worst, happened when I was almost 14. I woke up in the middle of the night but couldn't move. Sleep paralysis, I learned later. I was frozen on my top bunk, staring at the ladder. That's when I saw it climbing up toward me. A misshapen black figure like a shadow, but solid somehow. It had no features except for a face, and even that wasn't really a face. Just a cartoon-like gaping smile that stretched too wide across where a head should be. It was pulling itself up the ladder, rung by rung, coming for me. I tried to scream, I tried to move. Nothing happened. I was trapped in my own body while this thing got closer and closer. When it reached the top of the ladder, it just stopped. It stared at me with that horrible smile for what felt like hours. Then it disappeared, like someone had switched off a projector. I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. When exhaustion finally forced me to sleep, it came back. Sometimes as the black figure with the smile, sometimes as a thin white figure standing across the room, just watching me. It never made a sound. It never touched me. It just watched. I started sleeping with all the lights on. I'd set up my portable DVD player to run movies all night, so there was always noise and light. Grandma worried about the electricity bill, but didn't make me stop. The strange thing is, when I turned 14, everything just stopped. The figures disappeared. Objects stayed where I put them. The knocking never returned. It was like whatever had followed me around for 4 years suddenly lost interest. I'm 19 now, in college 3 states away from Pine Grove. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if it was just an overactive imagination or some kind of stress response to living without my parents. But then I remember the voice in my ear, the bowl flying across the room, that terrible grinning shadow climbing toward me, and I know it was real. I still don't know what it was, or why it targeted me. I don't know why it stopped when I turned 14, or if it might someday come back. All I know is that for 4 years of my childhood, something was watching me, playing with me, scaring me. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my dorm room late at night, I catch myself listening for knocking. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, pause, 3 knocks again. And I wonder, if I knock back now, would anything answer? Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that summer in River Hollow. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends, but I need to get it off my chest. This happened almost 11 years ago when I was 13, but the memory is still crystal clear in my mind. It was early August, one of those scorching hot days where the air feels thick and heavy. My friends, Amber, Zach, and Jamie, and I were riding our bikes around town, trying to find ways to escape the heat. We lived in River Hollow, a small town where everyone pretty much knew everyone else, the kind of place where nothing exciting ever happens, except for that day. We were pedaling down Cedar Lane, racing each other and laughing about some stupid joke Zach had made, when I noticed the old Anderson house up ahead. The house had been abandoned since the 70s, at least that's what my mom always told me. It was this massive Victorian-style home with peeling paint and overgrown weeds in the yard. The town had been trying to get it demolished for years, but there was always some hold-up with paperwork or ownership disputes. As we rode past, I happened to glance up at one of the second-floor windows. The curtains moved. Not like they were being blown by the wind, like someone had pulled them aside to look out. "Hey, did you guys see that?" I called out, skidding my bike to a stop. "See what?" Jamie asked, circling back to where I stood. "I swear someone just looked out that window." I pointed to the second floor. "No way," Amber said, pushing her sweaty bangs out of her eyes. "That place has been empty for decades." "Maybe it's homeless people," Zach suggested with a shrug. "Or teenagers looking for a place to hook up." We all stood there for a minute, staring at the house. The windows were grimy, and most of the curtains were tattered and yellowed with age. I was about to admit I was probably seeing things when we heard it. The unmistakable sound of a baby crying. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet of that summer afternoon, it carried across the yard clear as day. We all froze, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Did you hear that?" Jamie whispered, her voice tight with tension. We all nodded. "There's a baby in there," Amber said, dropping her bike on the sidewalk. "We need to check it out." "Are you crazy?" I hissed. "We can't just walk into someone's house." "It's abandoned, Megan," Zach pointed out, "and if there's really a baby in there—" The crying came again, louder this time. It made my skin prickle with goosebumps despite the summer heat. "Maybe we should call the police," I suggested, but even as I said it, I was already leaning my bike against the rusted iron fence that surrounded the property. "And tell them what?" "That we heard a baby crying in an abandoned house. They'll think we're pranking them," Jamie said. With nervous glances at each other, we made our way up the cracked concrete path to the front door. The porch steps creaked under our weight, and I remember thinking that at any moment they might give way beneath us. Up close, the house looked even worse. The paint wasn't just peeling, it was hanging off in long strips like dead skin. "Should we knock?" Amber whispered when we reached the door. "I guess," Jamie replied. though none of us moved to do it. Finally, Zack stepped forward and rapped his knuckles against the door. The hollow sound echoed through what I imagined was an empty house. We waited, holding our breath. Nothing happened. He knocked again, harder this time. To our shock, we heard footsteps coming toward the door. My heart started hammering in my chest. The footsteps stopped, and then the door opened just a crack. A woman peered out at us. She looked to be about 40, with dark hair pulled back from her face and deep circles under her eyes. She was wearing an old-fashioned dress that seemed out of place, like something from another era. "Can I help you?" she asked. Her voice was flat, emotionless. We all stood there, speechless for a moment, until Jamie finally spoke up. We heard a baby crying. Is everything okay?" The woman's face hardened. "There's no baby here. You kids need to leave." Just then, as if to contradict her, the crying started again. It was definitely coming from inside the house. The woman's eyes darted nervously over her shoulder. "Please go away," she said, her voice taking on an edge of desperation. "It's not safe for you here." She began to close the door, but Zack impulsively stuck his foot in the gap. "We just want to make sure the baby is all right." "Get out!" the woman suddenly screamed, her face contorting with rage. "Get out now!" Zack jumped back, pulling his foot away, and the door slammed shut. We all backed away, staring at each other in shock. "That was weird," Amber whispered, her face pale. "Really weird," I agreed. "Maybe we should call the police after all." But the crying had started again, more insistent now. It sounded like the baby was in distress. "We can't just leave," Jamie said. She walked over to one of the front windows and tried to peek in, but the curtains were drawn. "Let's try the back," Zack suggested. We crept around the side of the house, stepping carefully through the overgrown weeds and debris that littered the yard. The crying seemed to grow louder as we moved, almost as if it was following us. At the back of the house, we found a door that led into what must have been the kitchen. Jamie reached out and tried the handle. To our surprise, it turned easily. "It's open," she whispered. "We shouldn't be doing this," I said, suddenly feeling a wave of unease wash over me. "This is breaking and entering." "We're just checking on a baby," Amber assured me, though she didn't sound convinced. "If something's wrong, we need to help." Before I could protest further, Zack pushed the door open and stepped inside. The rest of us, not wanting to be left outside alone, quickly followed. The kitchen was dark and musty, with a thick layer of dust covering every surface. It looked like no one had used it in years. The linoleum floor was cracked and peeling, and the cabinets hung open, empty except for cobwebs. "This place is abandoned," I whispered, my voice seeming unnaturally loud in the quiet space. "Then who was that woman? And where's the baby?" Jamie asked. The crying had stopped momentarily, making the silence feel heavy and oppressive. Then it started again, coming from somewhere upstairs. "Hello?" Zack called out. "We're not trying to cause trouble. We're just worried about the baby." No response, just more crying. "Let's split up," Amber suggested. "Megan and I will check upstairs. You two look around down here." Normally, I would have argued against splitting up in a creepy abandoned house, but something about the baby's cries made me feel like we needed to hurry, so I nodded, and Amber and I headed for the staircase in the main hall. The stairs creaked and groaned under our weight. I kept one hand on the banister, which was coated in a layer of dust so thick it left smudges on my palm. The upstairs hallway was dimly lit by the afternoon sun filtering through dirty windows. There were several doors leading off the hall, all closed. "Where should we start?" I whispered to Amber. As if in answer, the crying started again, clearly coming from behind the door at the end of the hall. We exchanged nervous glances and slowly made our way toward it. The floorboards creaked with every step, and I remember thinking how strange it was that a place so obviously abandoned could have a woman and a baby living in it. There were no signs of habitation, no lights, no sounds other than the crying, no smell of food or life, just dust and decay. When we reached the door, Amber hesitated, then turned the knob. The door swung open with a long, ominous creak. The room beyond was a nursery, faded wallpaper with a pattern of ducks and bunnies peeled from the walls. There was a small wooden rocking chair in one corner and a changing table against the wall. And in the center of the room was an old-fashioned baby carriage, its once white paint now yellowed with age. The crying was definitely coming from the carriage. "Hello?" Amber called softly as we stepped into the room. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just the continued crying. We approached the carriage slowly. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. When we finally reached it and peered inside, what we saw, or rather, what we didn't see, made my blood run cold. The carriage was empty, but the crying was definitely coming from inside it, as loud and clear as if there really was a baby lying there. "What the hell?" Amber breathed, her face going pale. I couldn't speak. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what we were seeing or not seeing. I reached out a trembling hand toward the empty space where the sound was coming from. The moment my fingers entered the carriage, the temperature around my hand plummeted. It felt like I'd stuck my hand in a freezer, and the crying suddenly stopped. I yanked my hand back as if I'd been burned. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice shaking. "Now." Just then, we heard Zach and Jamie calling from downstairs, their voices high-pitched with panic. "Megan! Amber! Come down here!" We raced out of the nursery and back to the stairs, taking them two at a time, despite the danger of the rotted wood. When we reached the bottom, we found Zach and Jamie standing in the front hallway, both looking like they'd seen a ghost. "What happened?" I demanded. "The woman," Jamie said, her voice trembling. "We saw her walk into the kitchen, but when we followed her, she was gone. There's no way out of that kitchen except the way we came in, but she just vanished." "The carriage upstairs is empty," Amber told them, but the crying was definitely coming from it. "We need to go," Zach said, already backing toward the front door. "This place is seriously messed up." None of us argued. We hurried to the door, which Zach threw open and spilled out onto the porch. We didn't stop running until we reached our bikes at the edge of the property. As I was grabbing my bike, I glanced back at the house. The front door was slowly closing, as if someone was gently pulling it shut from the inside. Then I heard the distinct click of a lock turning. A moment later, the curtains in the upstairs nursery window were pulled back. The woman stood there, but this time she was holding a baby in her arms. She was smiling, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was cold and knowing, like she was enjoying our fear. She raised one hand and wiggled her fingers in a mocking wave. I didn't wait to see more. I jumped on my bike and pedaled away as fast as I could, the others right behind me. We didn't talk about what happened for days. When we finally did, we all agreed on one thing. We would never go back to that house again. About 3 years later, the Anderson house was finally demolished. I remember feeling relieved when I heard the news, like a weight had been lifted from the town. But then the stories started. People began reporting sightings of a woman holding a baby near the local parks and bridges, always at dusk, always standing still and watching families with young children. Some people said she would smile and wave at them, but if they approached, she would vanish. River Hollow has always had its share of ghost stories. There's the one about the child who drowned in the sewers during a flood in the 50s, whose laughter can sometimes be heard from storm drains on rainy days. But the woman with the baby became the town's most frequently reported apparition. I'm 24 now, and I've moved away from River Hollow for college and work. But I still go back to visit my parents a few times a year. Whenever I do, I avoid driving down Cedar Lane. There's a park there now where the Anderson house once stood, but I can't bring myself to go near it. The last time I had to drive past it, there was construction on the main road, forcing a detour. I felt the same chill I'd experienced when I put my hand in that empty carriage. The park was empty, too quiet, like the world was holding its breath. As I passed, I glanced over and saw a woman standing beneath a tree, a bundle in her arms. I didn't slow down to see if she waved. I still don't know what we encountered that day. Was it really a ghost, some kind of residual haunting, or something else entirely? All I know is that 11 years later, the memory of that empty carriage and the sound of a baby crying where no baby could be still keeps me up at night. And sometimes, when it's very quiet, I swear, I can still hear it crying. Story 3. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories. Growing up, I was always the kid who'd roll my eyes whenever someone started talking about paranormal stuff at sleepovers. My dad's a physics teacher, so I guess that skepticism runs in the family. He taught me early on that energy can't just float around as disembodied spirits. It has to follow the laws of thermodynamics. That's why what happened last month has completely messed with my head. I still don't have an explanation, and it's driving me crazy. Some background. I live in Elmridge, a small rural town where nothing exciting ever happens. Our house is pretty old, built in the 70s, and has this weird layout with an unfinished storage space attached to the back. For years, it was just this dusty room where we kept Christmas decorations and camping gear. When I turned 17 last fall, my dad finally agreed that I'd outgrown sharing a room with my younger brother Tyler, so we started converting that storage space into what would be my new bedroom. The project was supposed to take a few weeks, but you know how these things go. My dad works full-time, so we only had weekends to work on it. 3 months in, and we'd only managed to put up drywall and run electrical wiring. No windows installed yet, just these plastic sheets covering the window openings. The floor was still bare concrete, and there was no proper door, just a piece of plywood we'd prop up when I needed privacy. Before I get to what happened, I should mention the creek. About 50 yards behind our property runs this small creek that Tyler and I practically lived at during summers growing up. One spot in particular became our favorite hangout, where the creek passes under Henderson Road through this big metal pipe, maybe 4 feet in diameter, cool in summer, sheltered when it rained. When we were kids, Tyler got this idea in his head that the pipe was haunted. He swore he could hear whispering coming from inside it when the water was low. I always told him it was just the wind or water dripping, but he was convinced. He even made up this elaborate story about a 12-year-old girl named Lily who supposedly drowned there during a flash flood back in the 80s. According to Tyler's made-up legend, Lily needed to kiss a boy her age to pass on or whatever. Pretty stupid, right? But I have to admit, sometimes when we'd play down there, I'd hear these weird knocking sounds from inside the pipe, almost like someone tapping metal with their knuckles. I always found logical explanations, thermal expansion, rocks being carried by the current, whatever, but Tyler would freak out every time. "That's Lily trying to get our attention," he'd say, and then run home. By the time I was 14, I'd outgrown the creek. Tyler still went down there sometimes with his friends, doing the same dumb stuff we used to do, daring each other to walk through the pipe, telling ghost stories, the usual kid stuff. Anyway, back to what happened in my unfinished bedroom. It was a Friday in March, and my dad and I had spent the whole day putting up more drywall. The room was slowly taking shape. We'd marked where my bed would go, where we'd put my desk, all that. I was getting really impatient about moving in. Sharing with an annoying 13-year-old brother was becoming unbearable, especially since he'd developed this habit of talking in his sleep. That night, I got this idea that I'd just camp out in the unfinished room. My sleeping bag was decent, and even though it was still March and a bit chilly, I figured I'd be fine. My dad thought I was being ridiculous, but didn't stop me. "Just don't complain about the cold at breakfast," he said. I set up my sleeping bag in the corner where my bed would eventually go, brought in my phone charger, the outlets were working at least, and a battery-powered lantern. After my parents went to bed around 11, I settled in. It was actually kind of cool, like camping, but inside. The plastic over the window frames crinkled whenever the wind blew, and there were all these little construction noises. The new drywall settling, nails contracting in the cooling temperature, that sort of thing. I must have fallen asleep around midnight. I don't remember dreaming, but I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. You know that feeling when you just snap awake for no reason? It was like that. The room was pitch black. I'd turned off my lantern to save battery, and dead silent. Even the wind had stopped. I lay there for a few minutes trying to figure out what had woken me. That's when I noticed it. There was a faint light moving across the wall opposite me. At first, I thought it might be headlights from a car passing on the road, but then I remembered there were no windows installed yet, just plastic sheeting stapled over the frames. No way could car lights shine through like that. The light wasn't bright, more like a soft glow, yellowish white. It moved slowly in an arc across the wall, then disappeared. A few seconds later, another one appeared, following roughly the same path. Then another. It reminded me of something. When we were kids, Tyler and I used to sit in his room and watch the reflection of car headlights sweep across his wall at night. He always pretended it was Lily from the pipe trying to manifest herself. I'd tell him he was an idiot, that it was just cars turning the corner by our house. But this was different. These lights couldn't be explained by passing cars. They were too contained, too deliberate in their movement. And again, no actual windows for light to come through. I sat up in my sleeping bag, heart suddenly pounding. The rational part of my brain started cycling through explanations. Maybe my dad or mom had gotten up and were walking around outside with a flashlight. But why would they be circling the house at 3 in the morning? I reached for my phone to use as a light, and that's when things got even weirder. As soon as I moved, the lights on the wall stopped, completely froze, like whatever was making them had suddenly become aware of me. My hand hovered over my phone. The temperature in the room seemed to drop about 10 degrees in an instant. I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. The frozen light on the wall began to change shape. It stretched vertically, becoming taller and narrower, almost like the silhouette of a person. I'm not making this up. I watched as this formless glow reshaped itself into what looked like the outline of a small, thin figure. My entire body went cold. Logic and physics suddenly seemed very distant concepts. I couldn't move, couldn't look away from the light figure on my wall. Then it started moving again, but differently now. Not the smooth arc from before, but jerky, almost like it was walking. The light figure moved across the wall, heading toward the corner of the room closest to the creek behind our property. I don't know what possessed me in that moment, but I whispered, "Hello?" The response was immediate and terrifying. The light vanished, not faded, not dimmed, just gone in an instant, like someone had flipped a switch. The room went pitch black again, and the temperature returned to normal so quickly it was like the cold had never happened. I scrambled for my phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping it around the room. Nothing. Just bare drywall, plastic-covered window openings, and concrete floor. No source for the lights I'd seen, no explanation for the cold. I'd like to say I bolted from the room and ran to my parents' bedroom like a scared kid, but I didn't. Instead, I just sat there, flashlight pointed at the wall where the light figure had been, trying to make sense of what I'd witnessed. I didn't sleep another minute that night. The next morning, I casually asked my dad if he'd gotten up during the night or been outside the house for any reason. He hadn't. My mom hadn't either, and Tyler had been at a friend's sleepover. I was home alone with my parents, and neither of them had been anywhere near my unfinished room. Later that day, I walked down to the creek, something I hadn't done in years. The water was higher than usual from spring rain, rushing through the pipe with a gurgling sound. I stood there staring at it, half expecting something. I don't know what. Nothing happened, of course. Just water flowing through a metal pipe under a road. But while I was standing there, I remembered something else about Tyler's stupid ghost story. He'd always said that Lily didn't just drown in the pipe. He claimed she got trapped at the far end, the end closest to our house. The end that, if you traced a straight line from it, would point almost exactly to my unfinished bedroom. I spent the next few days researching local history, even asking the librarian if there had ever been accidents at Henderson Creek. Nothing about a girl drowning, nothing about any deaths there at all, which was exactly what I expected. Tyler had made the whole thing up. And yet those lights, that cold, the way it reacted when I spoke to it. I told myself I wouldn't sleep in the unfinished room again until it was completed, but curiosity is a powerful thing. 1 week later, I found myself setting up my sleeping bag in exactly the same spot. This time I brought a video camera, my dad's old one that he used to record family vacations. I set it up on a stack of paint cans, pointing at the wall where I'd seen the lights, and let it record all night. Nothing happened. I slept through till morning, no disturbances. When I reviewed the footage, all I saw was a dark wall occasionally illuminated by the green recording light on the camera itself. I tried again the next night. Same result. After the third night of nothing, I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing, or maybe dreamed it. But I know what I saw. Those lights moved with purpose, with awareness. They responded to me. About 2 weeks after the incident, we finally installed the windows in my new room. A few days after that, we put in carpeting and moved my bed from the shared room with Tyler into my new space. The first night sleeping in my completed bedroom, I lay awake, staring at the wall, almost hoping to see those strange lights again, just to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. Nothing appeared, but at exactly 3:15 in the morning, I checked the time on my phone. I heard it, 3 distinct knocks, seemingly coming from the wall closest to the creek. Not loud, but clear, deliberate, like someone gently rapping their knuckles against the inside of the wall. I froze, waiting for more, but that was it. 3 knocks, then silence. I've been in my new room for about a month now. I haven't seen the lights again, but the knocking happens regularly. Always 3 knocks. Always at exactly 3:15 a.m. I've tried knocking back, but there's never any response when I do. I still don't believe in ghosts. They violate everything I understand about how the universe works. Energy can't just float around with consciousness and no physical form. It's impossible. But I can't explain what I saw that night in my unfinished bedroom. I can't explain the knocks that wake me up at the same time every morning. And I can't explain why last week, when I walked down to the creek after a heavy rainfall, I found a small, weathered hair ribbon caught among the rocks at the mouth of the pipe, faded pink, frayed at the edges, like it had been in the water for years. I'm not saying it's Lily. That would be ridiculous. She doesn't exist. But something's trying to get my attention, something that shouldn't exist according to the laws of physics, something I still can't bring myself to believe in, even though it's right there in my room with me every night at 3:15 in the morning. I haven't told anyone about this. Not my parents, not Tyler, nobody. They'd either think I was making it up or losing my mind. Sometimes I think maybe I am. But then 3:15 comes around, and the knocking starts, and I know what I experienced was real. The lights in that unfinished room were real. The question is, what were they trying to show me, and why me? Story 4. I never thought my family home was haunted. Not really. It's just a small wooden house on stilts along the Willow Creek riverbank in Maplewood. Nothing special to look at. Just weathered grey wood that's been standing since right after the First World War. My dad grew up there, and his dad before him. When I was little, I didn't know our house had any secrets. I wish someone had warned me. The first time it happened, I was about 10. My sister Lily and I were playing near my grandpa's old workshop cabin about 50 yards into the woods behind our house. It was summer, hot and sticky, and we'd been catching frogs all afternoon. The cabin was nothing fancy, just a small wooden structure my grandfather built when my dad was a kid. Nobody really used it anymore, except for storing old garden tools and fishing gear. There was this old mirror attached to the back porch of the cabin. It was tarnished around the edges and had a crack running through one corner. Dad always said Grandpa kept it there to check himself for ticks after working in the woods. We were gathering up our things to head back home for dinner when I happened to glance at the mirror. That's when I saw him. In the reflection, a dark-skinned man with massive forearms was standing at the edge of the trees. He wore a white t-shirt with the sleeves cut off, work pants, and had this distinctive way of standing, kind of slouched to one side. My first thought was that it was my dad coming to call us in for dinner, but something felt off. The build was similar, but this man didn't have any of Dad's tattoos. My father has a full sleeve of nautical tattoos on his left arm, impossible to miss. This man's arms were bare. "Dad," I called out, turning around to look directly at the tree line. There was nobody there, just empty woods. I spun back to the mirror, but the reflection was normal again, just me, wide-eyed and confused, and Lily gathering up her bucket of frogs behind me. "Who are you talking to?" Lily asked, not even looking up. "I thought I saw Dad," I said, still staring at the empty spot in the mirror where the man had been. "Well, he's not here," she said matter-of-factly. "Come on, I'm hungry." I remember the walk back to the house feeling longer than usual. I kept looking over my shoulder, certain someone was watching us. But the forest was quiet, except for the normal summer sounds of cicadas and distant frogs. I didn't tell my parents what I saw. It seemed silly in the bright light of our kitchen as Mom dished out spaghetti and Dad complained about his day at work. But that night, I made sure my bedroom door was locked. For almost 2 years, nothing else happened. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, a trick of light on an old mirror, maybe. Then, when I was 12, something happened that I couldn't explain away. It was a Tuesday afternoon in October. I remember because I'd just gotten home from school and was struggling with math homework at the kitchen table. Mom was at her part-time job at the library, and Lily was at soccer practice. I was home alone, or so I thought. I heard the distinctive sound of our front door opening, the way it always sticks a little before swinging all the way open. Then came the familiar thud of heavy work boots being kicked off in the entryway, followed by the creak of the floorboard, by the coat rack that always announces when someone is walking into the living room. "Dad," I called out, confused because he shouldn't have been home for hours. No answer, but I heard the unmistakable groan of his old recliner as someone sat down in it. The chair had this specific sound, a sort of leather and spring protest that was as familiar to me as my father's voice. "Dad, I need help with this problem," I said, grabbing my math notebook and walking into the living room. The recliner was empty, completely empty. The leather was still indented, as if someone had just been sitting there. But there was no one in the room. I checked every room in the house, my heart hammering in my chest. Nothing. No one. When I returned to the living room, even the indent in the chair was gone. Later, when my dad actually came home, I casually asked if he'd come back earlier that day. "No, Becky," he said, looking at me strangely. "I was at the construction site all day." "Why?" I mumbled something about hearing noises and left it at that. What was I supposed to say? That I'd heard him come home when he hadn't? That I'd heard his chair creak under invisible weight? He'd think I was making things up for attention. The occurrences became more frequent after that. Small things mostly, items moved from where I'd left them, doors that I knew I'd closed standing open, the sensation of someone watching me when I was alone in the house. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. Then came the kitchen incident when I was 14. I was sitting at the table sketching. I'd gotten really into drawing that year. Mom was in the backyard hanging laundry, and Dad was in the living room on the phone with his brother, their voices a distant murmur. I heard footsteps coming down the hallway, heavy and deliberate, the kind Dad makes in his work boots. I didn't look up right away, focused on getting the shading right on my drawing. The footsteps stopped just behind me, and I felt the presence of someone looking over my shoulder at my artwork. I could even smell the familiar scent of Dad's aftershave mixed with the sawdust that always clung to his clothes. "It's not finished yet," I said, still not looking up. There was no answer, but I felt a hand rest briefly on my shoulder. It was heavy and warm, and the touch was gentle in a way that made me feel safe. I smiled and finally turned around. There was a man standing there, but it wasn't my father. It was the same man I'd seen in the mirror years before. Dark skin, powerful arms with no tattoos, white sleeveless shirt. He was looking down at my drawing with a smile on his face, nodding slightly as if in approval. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The sound tore from my throat before I even realized what was happening. The man's image seemed to waver like heat rising from hot pavement, and then he was gone. Just gone. Not like he'd walked away or ducked out of sight. He literally vanished in front of me. My dad came running from the living room, phone abandoned, and Mom burst through the back door seconds later. "What happened? Are you hurt?" Dad demanded, looking around wildly. "There was a man," I sobbed, "right here looking at my drawing." They searched the entire house, checked all the locks, called the neighbors. Nobody had seen anyone enter or leave our property. Dad called the police, who took my description but looked skeptical. I heard one of them mutter something about teenage imagination when they thought I wasn't listening. For weeks after that, I refused to be alone in the house. My parents were worried about me, I could tell. Mom suggested I talk to someone, a counselor or therapist, but I refused. What would I say? That I was seeing a ghost that looked kind of like my dad but wasn't. It wasn't until I was 16 that I finally understood what was happening. We were visiting my Aunt Carol, my dad's older sister, who lived about 2 hours away. I had never spent much time at her house before. Family gatherings were usually at our place since we had more room. While the adults were catching up in the kitchen, I wandered around the living room looking at the family photos displayed on her walls. There were old black and white ones I'd never seen before, pictures of relatives I didn't recognize. And then I saw it, a photo that made my blood freeze. It was a picture of my father as a young man, maybe 20, standing next to an older man. They had the same build, the same stance, that slight slouch to one side. The older man wore a white t-shirt with the sleeves cut off, exposing muscular arms without any tattoos. His skin was dark from years in the sun, his face weathered but kind, with the same eyes as my father. I must have been staring at it for a long time because Aunt Carol came up behind me. "That's your Grandpa Thomas," she said fondly. "That picture was taken about a year before he passed. You never got to meet him. He died before you were born." My mouth went dry. What was he like? Oh, he was a good man. Quiet, but always watching out for everyone. He built that house you live in, you know, and that little cabin in the woods. He loved that old place, used to spend hours out there working on his projects. My hands started trembling. Did he have any special way he dressed? Aunt Carol laughed. "Lord, yes. Drove your grandmother crazy. Always cutting the sleeves off his shirts, said it was too hot to work with them on. And he had these massive forearms from all his years of carpentry work. Strong as an ox, your grandfather was." I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. "You okay, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost," Aunt Carol said, touching my arm gently. If only she knew how right she was. I took a photo of that picture with my phone, and when we got home, I spent hours studying it. There was no doubt in my mind. The man I'd been seeing around our house for years was my grandfather. The grandfather I'd never met, who died before I was born. Strangely, knowing it was him made me feel better, not worse. There was nothing threatening about his appearances. He never tried to scare me or hurt me. He was just there, watching over the house he built, checking in on his family. I even found myself looking for him sometimes, hoping to catch a glimpse. For a while things were peaceful. I'd occasionally feel his presence, that distinctive heavy footfall, the smell of sawdust and aftershave, the sensation of being watched. But it wasn't frightening anymore. That changed when I was 17. It was a Friday night in November. My parents were out at a friend's dinner party, and Lily was at a sleepover. I was alone in the house, watching TV in the living room. Around 11, I went to my parents' bedroom to grab another blanket from their closet. The old house got drafty in the fall. I didn't turn on the overhead light, just used the hallway light spilling through the doorway. As I was pulling a quilt from the top shelf of their closet, I had that familiar feeling of being watched. Thinking it might be my grandfather, I turned around with a small smile. What I saw wasn't my grandfather. In the corner of my parents' room, partially hidden by the shadows, was a small, dark figure. At first I thought it might be a pile of clothes, but then it moved. It was low to the ground, no taller than maybe 3 feet, but it wasn't shaped like a child. Its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, head too large for its body, and rising from its head were what looked like 2 small, pointed protrusions. Horns. They looked like horns. The thing tilted its head, studying me with eyes I couldn't see but could feel. Then it moved. Not walking, not crawling, but flowing across the floor like a mixture of smoke and water. The movement was so unnatural, so wrong, that I couldn't even scream. I stood frozen, clutching the quilt to my chest as if it could protect me. The creature slid closer, still keeping to the shadows. I could hear a sound now, like wet cloth being dragged across the floor. The temperature in the room dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath fogging in front of me. I managed to take 1 step backward, and that's when the thing rushed toward me, moving faster than anything I'd ever seen. In the split second before it reached me, the bedroom door slammed shut with such force that the whole house seemed to shake. I heard that thing hit the door with a wet thud from the other side. Then silence. My legs gave out, and I collapsed onto my parents' bed, shaking uncontrollably. I don't know how long I sat there before I found the courage to move. The door remained closed, and somehow I knew it was keeping that thing away from me. When I finally got up and checked, the hallway was empty. The thing was gone, but so was the comforting presence I'd come to associate with my grandfather. It was as if the entire house had been emptied of anything spiritual or otherworldly. My parents found me asleep on their bed when they got home, surrounded by every light in their room turned on. I told them I'd fallen asleep watching TV on their bed. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened. For weeks after that, the house felt different. No more phantom footsteps, no feeling of being watched. Even the familiar creaks and groans of the old house seemed subdued. I missed my grandfather's presence, but was relieved that the other entity hadn't returned. Then, about a month later, I was alone in the kitchen doing homework when I heard the front door open, followed by the sound of boots being removed in the entryway. The familiar creak of the floorboard by the coat rack, the smell of sawdust. I didn't look up immediately, afraid of what I might see. But when a heavy, warm hand settled gently on my shoulder, I knew. Grandpa Thomas was back, standing guard over his family and his home. I've never seen the dark entity again. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if my grandfather hadn't intervened that night. What that thing wanted, where it came from. But mostly, I'm just grateful for the protective presence that still walks our halls, checking in on us decades after his physical body is gone. I still live in that house. My parents gave it to me when they moved to Florida 5 years ago. Some people think I'm crazy for wanting to stay in a haunted house, but they don't understand. Not all hauntings are about terror and torment. Sometimes they're about love that reaches beyond the grave, about family connections that even death can't sever. I've remodeled parts of the house, but I've never touched the cabin in the woods or the mirror on its back porch. Sometimes when I'm feeling lost or alone. I walk out there and look in that tarnished glass. More often than not, I catch a glimpse of a dark-skinned man with massive forearms watching over me, making sure I'm okay. I've learned to wave and say hello. After all, it's only polite to greet your family when you see them. Story 5. I've been putting off sharing this story for years. I'm not sure why I'm finally writing it now. Maybe because enough time has passed, or because I need to get this off my chest. What happened to me in the Norwegian mountains 10 years ago still gives me nightmares. I was 16 then, and it was supposed to be a special hunting trip with my father. I'd just gotten my hunting license that month, and my father had given me my first real shotgun for my birthday, a Beretta over/under 12 gauge. It was beautiful, and I was so proud to finally be going on a real hunting trip, not just tagging along with Dad like I had since I was little, but actually hunting myself. We were headed to our family's cabin in northern Norway, way up in the Arctic wilderness. Cabin is probably too generous a word. It's basically a shack with a wood stove, no electricity, and definitely no running water or toilets. Getting there is an ordeal itself. First, you take a ferry to this tiny harbor, then you need to take a small boat for about an hour to reach the property. It's completely isolated, which was the whole point. Great hunting, no other people. It was late October, already bitterly cold with snow that fell early that year. We were the only passengers getting off at the remote harbor, which wasn't unusual. The ferry operator knew my dad and just nodded at us as we unloaded our gear. I remember him looking at the sky and warning Dad about some weather coming in, but Dad just laughed it off. He'd been making this trip for 30 years and knew the area like the back of his hand. By the time we got to the cabin, in our little aluminum boat, it was almost dark. We unloaded quickly, got the wood stove going, and settled in. Dad broke out a bottle of whiskey. The first time he'd ever offered me anything stronger than a beer. I felt like I was finally being treated as an adult, sitting there with my father as he told old hunting stories I'd heard a dozen times before. But somehow they felt different now. We planned to hunt grouse the next day. Dad had built this lavvo. It's like a teepee-style shelter by the frozen lake about 2 kilometers from the main cabin. The idea was that I'd go up into the mountains to hunt while he stayed at the lavvo and got a fire going for when I returned. That night, I barely slept. Partly excitement, partly the unfamiliar burn of whiskey in my teenage stomach, but also this strange sense of unease I couldn't shake. The wind howled around the cabin, and I kept thinking I heard something moving outside. Dad snored through it all. We got a late start the next morning. The sun doesn't really rise that time of year in northern Norway. You get a few hours of greyish twilight, and that's it. Dad helped me check my gear: shotgun, shells, knife, extra layers, thermos of hot chocolate, some sandwiches and chocolate bars. Standard stuff. He showed me on the map where I should head and where to meet him later at the lavvo. "Don't go beyond the ridge," he warned me. "Weather changes fast up there." I nodded, excited to be heading out on my own. I strapped on the snowshoes Dad had taught me to use since I was a kid and started trudging through the deep snow, heading up the mountain. Dad headed toward the lake to set up the lavvo. At first, it was amazing. The silence of the mountain was broken only by the squeak of my snowshoes and my breathing. I started noticing animal tracks everywhere: hare, fox, and what looked like grouse tracks. It was a hunter's paradise. But the strangest thing was, despite all the tracks, I didn't see a single animal, not one. It was like they'd all just disappeared. After about an hour of climbing, I realized how eerily quiet it had become. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just this absolute stillness that felt wrong. Anyone who's spent time in nature knows it's never actually silent. There's always something. Branches creaking, birds calling, the rustle of small animals. But there was nothing. Growing up in Norway, you're raised on folklore. My grandmother used to terrify me with stories of the Staller, a mountain troll that steals children, or the miling, the invisible ghost of an abandoned child that you can hear but never see, and the nuck that drowns people in lakes and rivers. As a teenager, I pretended those stories didn't affect me anymore, but alone on that silent mountain, they all came flooding back. I kept going despite the growing knot in my stomach. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I was 16, for God's sake, not 6. Around midday, I reached a small clearing that overlooked the frozen lake below. I could just make out a tiny speck that must have been the lavo my father was setting up. I decided to take a break, sitting on a fallen log to have some chocolate and hot chocolate from my thermos. And that's when I heard it. Footsteps, heavy footsteps, crunching through the snow, coming from the forest behind me. I froze, chocolate bar halfway to my mouth. The sound was unmistakable, the compressed sound of snow under weight, but with a rhythm that could only be made by something walking on 2 legs. "Dad!" I called out, hoping somehow it was him, though I knew he was down by the lake. No answer, just those footsteps getting closer. I stood up, heart pounding. "Hello? Is someone there?" The footsteps kept coming, slow and deliberate. I fumbled for my phone. We barely had reception out here, but sometimes you could get a text through. I managed to send one to my dad. "Are you still at the Lavo?" I stood there, shotgun now gripped tightly in my hands, waiting. The footsteps were getting louder, closer, but I still couldn't see anything through the trees. My phone buzzed, a miracle it got through. "Dad." "Yes, where are you? Everything okay?" That confirmation sent ice through my veins. Whatever was walking toward me wasn't my father. It wasn't human. I didn't think. I just ran. Panicked, I took off in the direction of the lake, toward where I knew my father was. I was practically jumping through the hip-deep snow, my snowshoes catching and nearly making me fall several times. The fear was unlike anything I'd ever experienced, pure animal terror, and the thing followed. I could hear it crashing through the snow behind me. The most terrifying part was how the footsteps seemed to match my own, step for step, but with just a slight delay, like it was deliberately mimicking me. I risked a glance back and saw nothing. Nothing but the trail I was leaving in the snow and what looked like another trail forming behind it, as if being made by something invisible. The footsteps sounded like they were just meters behind me, but every time I looked, there was nothing there. Just the sound, getting closer, matching my pace. I ran until my lungs burned. Down the mountain, through the forest, stumbling, sometimes crawling through the deep snow when I fell. All the while, those footsteps stayed right behind me, never falling back, never gaining ground, just following. When I finally broke through the tree line onto the frozen lake, the footsteps stopped. Just like that. Cut off as clearly as if someone had flipped a switch. I stood at the edge of the ice, gasping for breath, too afraid to look back, but finally forcing myself to turn around. Nothing. The forest edge was still, silent again, but I could see my tracks coming down the mountain, and beside them, or sometimes overlapping them, was another set. Wider, deeper, but with no clear shape I could identify. I practically ran across the ice to the Lavo where my father had a fire going. He took one look at my face and stood up immediately. "What happened?" he asked, but his tone was strange, almost like he was expecting something. I collapsed by the fire, still trying to catch my breath. Between gasps, I told him everything, the silence, the footsteps, the chase. He listened without interrupting, his face unreadable. When I finished, he just nodded and handed me a cup of hot coffee, adding a splash of whiskey without comment. "Did you see it?" he finally asked. "No," I said. "I never saw anything, just heard it, felt it." He nodded again, staring into the fire. "Good, that's good." "What was it?" I asked, still shaking. "You know something. What was following me?" My father was silent for a long time. Finally, He looked at me with an expression I'd never seen before, part fear, part resignation. "Some things are better left ignored," he said quietly. "My father told me the same thing when it happened to me, and his father before him." He poked at the fire, sending sparks up. "Don't worry about it. Don't ask about it. Some things are better left ignored." "But no, Eric," his voice was firm. "We don't talk about it. That's how it's always been." We sat in silence after that. Dad refused to say anything more, and something in his tone told me not to push it. We spent the night in the lavabo, and I barely slept, jumping at every sound outside the thin walls. The next morning, we packed up and returned to the main cabin. Dad insisted we continue the hunting trip as planned, but he wouldn't let me go alone after that. We stayed together, hunting in the valleys, never going back up the mountain. The rest of the trip passed without incident, but something had changed. I felt watched constantly, even inside the cabin. At night, I sometimes heard what sounded like footsteps circling outside, but my father would just turn up the radio he'd brought or talk louder, deliberately drowning out the sounds. When we finally left, I felt relief wash over me as our boat pulled away from shore. Looking back at the mountains, I could have sworn I saw something moving at the tree line, a dark shape watching us leave. I never went back to that cabin. My father continued his annual hunting trips until he died 5 years ago. Among his papers, I found his journal with entries going back decades. Most were mundane, notes about hunting conditions, weather, that sort of thing. But there was one entry, dated exactly 40 years before my experience, describing almost the exact same encounter when he was 16. The entry ended with his father's words to him. "Don't worry about it. Don't ask about it. Some things are better left ignored." I still don't know what followed me that day. Whatever regional folklore might suggest, a staller, a miling, or something else, I only know it was real, it was terrifying, and apparently it's been stalking my family for generations. Sometimes, even now, when I'm alone in the woods or walking home on a quiet night, I'll hear footsteps behind me, matching mine, step for step, with just that slight delay. I never look back anymore. Some things are better left ignored. Story 6. Dai Kisati. I still can't believe what happened 6 months ago. I've never told anyone outside my immediate family and the police about this, but I need to get it off my chest. Sorry if this comes out messy. I'm still trying to process everything. I'm Mason, 19, and last summer I took a job on a massive cattle property in rural New South Wales through this backpacker work program. The property was insanely huge, like bigger than some small countries it felt like. It was about 9 hours from Sydney, and the closest town was 40 minutes away down a dirt road. When I say remote, I mean remote. No cell service, spotty internet at the main house only, and the nearest neighbour was over an hour away. The owner, Jeremy, was this weathered Aussie guy in his 50s who'd inherited the place from his dad. He was decent enough, tough but fair. There were 5 of us working there. Me, 2 German backpackers, Lucas and Stefan, a Swedish girl named Elsa, and this older guy, Mike, who'd been working there for years. The work was brutal. We'd start before sunrise, fixing fences, moving cattle, repairing equipment, whatever needed doing. The heat was the worst part. Being summer in the outback, it regularly hit 40 degrees C, 104 degrees C, and there was no escape from it. The flies were relentless too, constantly in your face, eyes, mouth. You just learned to live with them. One day in January, I remember it clearly because it was particularly awful. The temperature hit 38 degrees C by 10 in the morning. We'd been out since 5, replacing fence posts along the eastern boundary. Around noon, Jeremy drove out in his dusty Land Cruiser and told us we could have the rest of the day off because of the heat. The others were stoked. They headed back to crash in the bunkhouse, where there was at least a fan. I was about to join them when Jeremy mentioned he was heading to this waterhole on the northern part of the property to check on some pumping equipment. He asked if I wanted to come along for the ride, and honestly I was bored, so I thought, why not? I figured a waterhole sounded better than a stuffy bunkhouse anyway. The property was so big, it took us nearly 25 minutes just to drive to this part of it, bumping along these barely there tracks through scrubland. Nothing but red dirt, scattered trees, and the occasional roo watching us pass. We were chatting about nothing important, rugby, whether it would rain any time soon, it wouldn't, that kind of stuff. We were about 5 minutes from the waterhole when Jeremy suddenly slowed down. At first, I thought he'd spotted a snake or something on the track, but then I saw what he was looking at and it made no sense. There, sitting in the middle of absolutely nowhere, was a blue shipping container. Not some rusted-out abandoned thing. This looked relatively new. It was just there. No road leading to it, no other structures around, nothing. Just this container sitting in the dirt, maybe 200 meters off the track we were on. "What the hell is that doing there?" Jeremy said, more to himself than to me. He turned the truck toward it. As we got closer, I noticed a few things that were odd. There was a small diesel generator next to it, humming away, and an air conditioning unit was attached to one side, the kind you'd see on a small office building. Then I spotted a security camera mounted on one corner of the container and another one on the opposite side. Jeremy parked about 20 meters away. We just sat there for a minute, staring at it. "This is my land," he said finally, "and I didn't put that here." We got out of the truck. The heat hit me like a wall after the air-conditioned cab. The container looked even more out of place up close. The blue paint was bright against the red dirt. It had one of those heavy-duty padlocks on the door, not your average master lock, but a serious piece of hardware. "Someone's trespassing," Jeremy said, his face getting red. He was getting angry now. "This is private property, miles from anywhere. Who the hell would put this here?" We walked around it. The generator was relatively new with plenty of fuel. The air conditioning was running. You could hear it cycling. There was a small satellite dish mounted on top, pointed skyward. This wasn't some abandoned storage. This was active, operational, something. Jeremy tried the padlock, but it was solid. He went back to his truck and returned with a bolt cutter. I probably should have questioned the legality of what we were about to do. But honestly, this was his land, and some stranger had put a container on it. He had every right to know what was going on. The lock broke with a sharp snap. Jeremy pulled it off and swung the container door open. Cold air rushed out. The inside was air-conditioned to what felt like 18 degrees C. It was like walking into a refrigerator after being in an oven. And what we saw inside, it was like something from a sci-fi movie. The container had been converted into some kind of high-tech setup. One entire wall was filled with servers and computer equipment, all humming away, lights blinking. There was a desk with 3 large monitors, all showing different things. One had what looked like code scrolling, another showed what seemed to be a map with dots moving across it, and the third was just a desktop. "What the fuck?" Jeremy whispered. The place was immaculate. The floor was clean, there was proper lighting installed in the ceiling, and a small fridge in one corner next to a camping chair. Whoever was using this place was coming here regularly. Jeremy moved toward the computers, probably trying to make sense of what he was seeing. I noticed some plastic storage boxes stacked at the back of the container and went to check them out. There were 3 large boxes with lids, neatly stacked. I figured they might give us some clue about who this belonged to. I opened the first box. It contained what looked like backup drives, dozens of them, all labeled with dates and codes. Nothing that made sense to me. The second box had various pieces of computer equipment, cables, keyboards, more hard drives, that kind of stuff. Then I opened the third box, and my stomach immediately twisted into a knot. It contained hundreds of printed photos and several USB drives labeled in a way that made my blood run cold. The photos on top were children, not normal photos, horrible photos. I shut the lid immediately, feeling like I was going to throw up. "Jeremy," I said, my voice barely working, "we need to get out of here and call the police, now." He turned from the computers and must have seen my face because he didn't ask questions. I told him what I'd seen in the box, and his expression hardened. "Don't touch anything else," he said. We closed the container, putting the broken padlock back in place to make it look undisturbed at a glance, and got back in the truck. Jeremy drove faster than before, raising a cloud of dust behind us. Neither of us said much on the way back. What was there to say? We'd stumbled onto something evil. Back at the main house, Jeremy went straight to the landline, the only reliable phone on the property, and called the police. I heard him explaining the situation, giving coordinates, describing what we'd found. When he hung up, he told me they'd send officers from the nearest town, but it would take at least an hour for them to get there. We didn't tell the others. Jeremy just said there was a trespassing issue he was dealing with. We waited, tense and silent, until we heard vehicles approaching. 2 police cars pulled up with 4 officers total. Jeremy and I explained everything again, and they took notes. One officer, a sergeant, asked us to lead them back to the container. Jeremy and I got in his truck, and the police followed in their vehicles. The drive felt even longer this time, with this heavy knowledge weighing on us. When we arrived, something was immediately wrong. The container door was open. The police drew their weapons and approached cautiously. Jeremy and I were told to stay back. From where we were, I could see inside the container. There was a fire burning. Someone had returned and set the place alight. The police rushed forward with fire extinguishers from their vehicles. The fire wasn't huge yet. It seemed focused on the area with the computers and the boxes I'd found. They managed to put it out pretty quickly, but the damage was done. When it was safe to look, most of the computer equipment had been removed. The servers were gone, the monitors smashed. The storage boxes were partly burned, but the police still found enough to confirm what I'd told them. They bagged everything as evidence, took photos, dusted for fingerprints. One officer found footprints leading away from the container toward the west, fresh ones, probably only an hour old at most. Whoever had been here had fled on foot, but must have had a vehicle stashed somewhere. The police called for backup, including a helicopter to search the area, but I knew it was probably too late. The police questioned us for hours. They wanted to know exactly what we'd seen before, what we'd touched, whether we recognized anything or anyone. We couldn't tell them much. The whole thing was surreal. In the days that followed, more police came. They set up a crime scene around the container. They searched the entire property, looking for, I don't know what, more containers, the people responsible. They were tight-lipped about what they found or didn't find. I contacted the investigating officer weekly for updates. After a month, they told me the case was ongoing, but with no substantial leads. The computers had been wiped and partially destroyed. The satellite connection had been to an anonymous server. The generator and air conditioning unit had been purchased with cash from different hardware stores across 3 states. Whoever had set this up knew how to cover their tracks. 3 months later, I quit the job and moved back to the city. I couldn't stand being out there anymore, knowing what had happened. Every time I drove past that part of the property, I felt sick. The container is still there as far as I know. The police finished with it but left it in place. Jeremy wanted to have it removed, but apparently the police advised against it. Something about the ongoing investigation, so it just sits there, empty now, a blue box in the middle of nowhere. I keep thinking about what we interrupted that day. Was someone monitoring those cameras when we approached? Did they see us break in? Were they watching from somewhere nearby? How quickly did they get there after we left? And most disturbing, what were they using that setup for, beyond the obvious horrible content we found? The server setup was massive. Way more than you'd need just to store files. What else were they doing out there in the middle of nowhere? I check the news sometimes, looking for any mention of arrests related to child exploitation in rural Nestautlas. Nothing so far that seems connected. It's like we stumbled upon this horrible thing and then it just vanished, except for that container sitting out there like a monument to something evil. I still have nightmares about it, not about what I saw in the box, though that was horrific enough. I dream about driving alone on that property and seeing not one container, but dozens of them stretching out across the landscape. And in the dream, all the doors swing open at once, but I always wake up before I can see what's inside them. The police told me I did the right thing, that I might have helped disrupt something terrible. But it doesn't feel that way. It feels like we scraped the surface of something much bigger, and then whoever was behind it just picked up and moved somewhere else, deeper into the shadows, where no one will accidentally stumble across them. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe just to warn people that these things exist in places you'd never expect. The middle of nowhere isn't always empty. Sometimes the isolation is exactly the point. The scariest part, whoever set up that container is still out there, and they know exactly what Jeremy and I look like. Story 7. This happened about 3 years ago, but I still think about it almost every day. I've never posted about it online before because, honestly, I wasn't ready to relive it. I'm still not sure I am, but I need to get this off my chest. My name is Steve. My buddy Greg and I have been friends since high school. Both of us grew up in a small town near Jackson, Michigan. We've always been into exploring abandoned places, urban legends, that kind of stuff. Nothing serious, just weekend adventures whenever we got bored. That summer, we'd heard rumors about this place called Purgatory Woods, about 40 minutes from where we lived. Local legend said Al Capone used to have a hideout somewhere in those woods during Prohibition. It sounded like bullshit, but we were bored, and Greg had just gotten a new camera he wanted to try out. We figured we'd check it out, maybe find some cool abandoned structures to photograph, have a few beers, then head home. Normal stuff. We parked Greg's truck at this little dirt lot near the trailhead around 1 in the afternoon. The weather was perfect, not too hot, just a bit overcast. We packed light, just water, some snacks, Greg's camera, and a couple flashlights in case we found anything worth exploring inside. The forest was denser than I expected. The trail was obvious at first, but about 2 miles in, it started to fade. We kept going, following what looked like it might have once been a path. I remember joking with Greg that we should have brought breadcrumbs to find our way back. We'd been walking for maybe an hour and a half when the trees suddenly opened up into this small clearing. And there it was. This house, just sitting there in the middle of nowhere. A goddamn house, not a cabin or a shack like you might expect to find in the woods. A full-on 2-story house with a front porch and everything. It was painted this faded blue color, peeling badly. The roof was missing a bunch of shingles, and the porch steps were half rotted. It looked like it had been there for decades, completely forgotten. "Dude, what the fuck is a house doing out here?" Greg said, already pulling out his camera. I remember feeling this immediate sense of wrongness. Like, who builds a house this deep in the woods? There was no road, no driveway, nothing, just forest all around it. "Maybe this is Capone's place," Greg laughed, snapping photos. "I don't think gangsters lived in blue farmhouses, man," I replied, but I was curious too. I've explored a lot of abandoned buildings, but something about this one felt different. It felt, I don't know how else to put it, it felt like it was watching us. We approached slowly. The front yard was overgrown with weeds up to our knees. There was an old metal swing set off to the side, rusted through, creaking slightly in the breeze. No other structures around, no garage, no shed, nothing. Just this blue house sitting alone in a clearing. The front door was partially open, hanging crooked on its hinges. Greg wanted to go in right away, but I hesitated. I'm not usually the cautious type, but something felt off. I can't explain it. Just this feeling in my gut telling me to leave. But Greg was already on the porch, testing the boards with his foot to make sure they wouldn't collapse. "Come on, don't be a pussy," he called back to me. So I followed him. The porch creaked under our weight but held. The front door opened with this horrible screeching noise that echoed through the empty house. The smell hit us first, must and mildew, but something else too. Something vaguely chemical, like old developing fluid. It made sense when we saw what was covering the floor. Photographs. Hundreds, maybe thousands of them, scattered across the entire floor of what must have been the living room. They were layered like fallen leaves, some yellowed with age, others seemingly more recent. Polaroids, regular prints, even some old black and whites. "Holy shit," Greg whispered, crouching down to look at them. I did the same, picking one up carefully. It was a picture of a man standing in front of a tree, just a normal-looking guy, maybe in his 40s, staring directly at the camera with no expression. I picked up another one, a woman sitting at a kitchen table, again staring blankly at the camera. Then another, a teenage boy on a bicycle, and another, an elderly couple on a porch swing. They all had the same quality, just regular people, staring straight ahead, no smiles, no expressions, just looking. None of the photos seemed connected. Different time periods, different people, different settings, but all with that same blank stare. "Who took all these?" Greg asked, thumbing through a stack he'd gathered. "And why are they all here?" I didn't have an answer. We stepped carefully through the sea of photographs toward what looked like a dining room. More pictures there, but fewer, mostly concentrated along the walls. The kitchen beyond was surprisingly intact. Old appliances from maybe the 70s, cabinets hanging open, a table with 3 chairs, one tipped over. "Let's check upstairs," Greg suggested, already heading toward the staircase in the hall. That's when I heard it. A soft tapping sound coming from somewhere down the hallway past the stairs. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. "You hear that?" I asked Greg. He nodded, still moving toward the stairs. Probably just water dripping or something. But it wasn't water. The rhythm was too deliberate, too consistent. Tap, tap, tap. "Maybe we should go," I said, that feeling of wrongness growing stronger. "We've seen enough." "Just want to check out upstairs first," Greg insisted, putting his foot on the first stair. There was a loud crack and Greg yelled out in pain. His foot had gone straight through the rotten wood, and when he pulled it back up, there was a rusty nail stuck through the sole of his boot, into his foot. "Fuck!" he shouted, sitting down hard on the steps. "Shit, Steve, it's in deep." I moved to help him, but the tapping had stopped. The house was completely silent now. I looked down the hallway beyond the stairs, and that's when I saw him. At the end of the corridor stood a man, a massive man. He must have been 6'5" at least, but it wasn't just his height. He was wide with this strange, disproportionate build. His arms seemed too long for his body, hanging down at his sides. He had this bold haircut, dark hair cut in a perfect circle around his head. He was wearing clothes that didn't fit right, a grey t-shirt that stretched tight around his stomach, and jeans that were too short, showing pale white ankles above dirty work boots. But it was his face that made my blood run cold. He was smiling, this wide, unnatural grin that showed too many teeth. His eyes were fixed on us, unblinking. "Greg," I said quietly, still staring at the man. "Greg, we need to go. Now." Greg looked up from his injured foot, following my gaze down the hall. He went completely still. "Who the fuck is that?" he whispered. The man took a step forward, still grinning, then another. His movements were odd, jerky, like he wasn't used to walking. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "We're just looking around. We're going to leave now." Another step, that grin never faltering. I reached down to help Greg up, keeping my eyes on the man. "Come on, we need to go." Greg tried to stand but cried out when he put weight on his injured foot. The man's head tilted at the sound like a curious dog, and suddenly he was moving faster. Not running exactly, but taking long, rapid strides toward us. Everything happened so fast after that. The man lunged at Greg, grabbing him by the shoulders and slamming him back onto the floor. Greg screamed, trying to push him off, but the guy was incredibly strong. I stood there frozen for a second, watching this stranger pin my friend to the ground among all those photographs, that terrible grin still on his face. Greg was yelling, struggling, and I snapped out of it. I looked around frantically for something, anything to use as a weapon. There was a piece of broken floorboard nearby, about 2 feet long with a nail sticking out of one end. I grabbed it and swung as hard as I could at the man's head. The nail caught him across the cheek, tearing a long gash from his ear to his mouth, but he didn't scream. He didn't even flinch. He just slowly turned that grinning face toward me, blood now pouring down his cheek and onto his grey shirt. I've never been so terrified in my life. It was like hitting something that wasn't human, but the distraction worked. Greg managed to wrench himself free, scrambling backward toward the door, leaving bloody footprints on the photographs beneath him. I backed up too, still holding the board in front of me. The man stood up slowly, blood dripping from his face onto the floor. His expression hadn't changed at all, still that same unnatural grin. He took a step toward me and I swung the board again, keeping him at bay. "Run!" I shouted to Greg, who had made it to the front door. I started backing toward the exit, still facing the man, still holding my makeshift weapon. When I reached the door, I turned and sprinted after Greg, who was limping as fast as he could across the overgrown yard. I caught up to him at the edge of the clearing, grabbing his arm to help support him as we plunged back into the woods. We didn't follow any path. We just ran, crashing through undergrowth, branches whipping our faces, tripping over roots. Greg was in agony, but adrenaline kept him moving. I kept looking back, expecting to see that grinning face behind us, but there was nothing but trees. After maybe 15 minutes of running, we stopped to catch our breath. Greg collapsed against a tree, his face pale with pain. I could see blood soaking through his boot. "Do you think he's following us?" Greg gasped. I listened. The forest was quiet except for our breathing and the occasional bird call. "I don't know. We need to keep moving, find our way back to the truck." But we were completely turned around. In our panic, we'd run in a random direction, and now nothing looked familiar. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. We wandered for what felt like hours, Greg leaning on me more and more heavily as his strength faded. His foot was badly infected from the rusty nail, and he was developing a fever. I was starting to think we might have to spend the night in the woods when we finally stumbled onto a trail. Not the one we'd come in on, but a trail nonetheless. We followed it and eventually came out at a different parking area than where we'd left Greg's truck. There was an older couple getting ready to hike, and they immediately saw we were in trouble. They drove us to the nearest hospital, where Greg had to get a tetanus shot and antibiotics for his foot. I gave a statement to the local police about the man in the house. They took it seriously enough, but when they went to investigate the next day, they couldn't find the blue house. They found the clearing where we said it was, but there was nothing there. No house, no foundation, not even any sign that a structure had ever existed in that spot. They concluded that we must have been confused about the location, disoriented from being lost in the woods. Maybe we'd even hallucinated the worst parts due to panic and, in Greg's case, the beginning of a serious infection. But I know what I saw. That house was there. Those photographs were real. And that man, that inhuman, grinning man, he was definitely real. I've researched everything I can about Purgatory Woods since then. I found some old references to a blue house in newspaper archives from the 1950s. Apparently, there was a photographer who lived out there, a recluse who was known for taking portraits of locals. The articles were vague, but there were rumors about people going missing after having their pictures taken. The house supposedly burned down in 1962 with the photographer inside it. But if that's true, what did we see? And who was the man with the grin? Greg won't talk about it anymore. He moved to Chicago last year, said he needed to get away from the area completely. I don't blame him. I've thought about moving too, but something keeps me here. Maybe I need to know what happened, what that place really was. I haven't gone back to Purgatory Woods, and I never will. But sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I still see those photographs covering the floor, all those empty faces staring up. And sometimes I swear I can hear that tap, tap, tap coming from somewhere in my apartment, like someone's trying to get my attention. I still have nightmares about that grin, that terrible, unnatural grin that didn't change, even when I drove a nail through his face. Sometimes I wonder if he's still there, in that house that doesn't exist, waiting for someone else to wander into that clearing. Or worse, I wonder if he's looking for us. Mission Story 8. I've never shared this story before, but it's been haunting me for 10 years now. I still get chills thinking about it, still wake up sometimes with my heart pounding. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. I don't know. Back in 2014, I was a university student in a small coastal village in France. I won't name the exact place. It's not that big, and I don't want anyone recognizing the specific details. It was one of those postcard perfect places tourists dream about. Old stone buildings, narrow streets winding down to a little harbor, fishing boats bobbing in the water. The kind of place where nothing bad is supposed to happen. I chose to study there because of the beautiful location and the highly rated linguistics program. The town was perfect for students, small enough that you could get around easily by bike, but with enough cafes and little shops to make it interesting. Everyone cycled there. The buses only ran a few times a day, and most students couldn't afford cars. I lived about 8 kilometers from campus, in a tiny apartment I rented from an elderly couple, and I biked to classes every day. When I first arrived, I felt like I'd lucked out completely. The town was gorgeous, my classes were interesting, and within a few months I'd met Antoine. He was studying engineering at the Technical Institute near my university. He was tall, with dark curly hair, and the kind of smile that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. We met at a cafe where I was struggling with some translation homework, and he offered to help since his mother was a language teacher. One thing led to another, and by Christmas, we were inseparable. In December, Antoine invited me to his engineering school's Christmas party. It was the first time I'd met all his friends at once, and I remember feeling a bit overwhelmed. There were about 30 people there, mostly guys from his program. Everyone was drinking and having a good time. I specifically remember Mark, one of Antoine's classmates, because he kept trying to talk to me about linguistics, saying he found it fascinating. He was a bit awkward but sweet, the kind of guy who gets really passionate about technical subjects and doesn't always pick up on social cues. The party was fun, nothing unusual happened, and I didn't think much more about it afterward. Antoine and I spent the Christmas break together, then returned to our studies in January. About a month after that party, Mark was found dead in the harbor. I still remember exactly where I was when I heard. I was sitting in the university library, working on a paper, when my phone buzzed with a text from Antoine. Mark is dead. They found him in the water this morning. At first I thought it was some kind of sick joke. Mark wasn't the type to get drunk and fall into the harbor. He barely drank at all. He was careful, methodical, the kind of person who planned everything. The police investigation didn't turn up much. There were no witnesses, no clear signs of violence on his body, though it had been in the water for hours. They eventually ruled it an accident or possible suicide. But something about it never sat right with me, or with any of Antoine's friends. Life went on, as it always does. We talked about Mark less and less as the weeks passed, though I could tell Antoine was shaken by it. We all were. But you adjust, you know. You tell yourself it was a tragic accident, and you move forward because What else can you do? Then in late April, something happened that brought all those uneasy feelings rushing back. Thomas, another friend from Antoine's program, was attacked while cycling home from a study session. Thomas wasn't just any guy, he was huge, like former rugby player huge, almost 2 meters tall and built like a brick wall. The kind of guy nobody would want to mess with. He was found at 3 in the morning, his head smashed against a concrete step at the side of the road, his jaw completely shattered. His bike was mangled, like someone had deliberately twisted the frame. When he regained consciousness in the hospital 2 days later, he couldn't remember anything about the attack, just cycling home and then waking up in a hospital bed, unable to speak because his jaw was wired shut. The police investigated, but again, no witnesses, no suspects. They suggested maybe he'd been hit by a drunk driver who fled the scene, but that didn't explain why nothing was stolen. His wallet, phone and laptop were all still in his backpack. After Thomas's attack, a kind of quiet fear settled over our friend group. People started cycling in pairs, heading home before dark when possible. But student life doesn't always allow for that. Sometimes you have late classes, study sessions or parties that keep you out after dark. I kept cycling my route every day. What choice did I have? I couldn't afford taxis, and as I mentioned, the buses were practically non-existent, especially at night. I started carrying pepper spray in my pocket, though I'm not even sure if it was legal. I just needed something to make me feel safer. Summer came, and things calmed down a bit. No more attacks, no more mysterious deaths. Maybe it had been a random thing after all. When the new school year started in September of 2015, the tension had largely faded. New students arrived who hadn't heard about Mark or Thomas, and life went back to normal. Antoine and I had been together for almost a year by then. Things weren't perfect. We bickered sometimes about stupid things, and he could be moody and distant, but I was still completely in love with him. Looking back now, there were warning signs I ignored because I didn't want to see them. Times when he'd put himself first without considering my feelings. But isn't that true of most relationships at that age? It happened on a Friday night in October. One of our friends was having a birthday party at his apartment near the harbor. It was a good night. Food, drinks, music, the usual student party stuff. Antoine seemed in a great mood, laughing and joking with everyone. We stayed until about 1 in the morning and then decided to head home. The night was clear but chilly, that crisp autumn air that makes your cheeks flush. We put on our jackets, said our goodbyes, and got on our bikes. Antoine's apartment was in the same direction as mine for the first part of the journey, so we always cycled part of the way together. I remember noticing right away that Antoine was pedaling faster than usual. Normally we'd ride side by side, talking about the party or whatever, but that night he kept pulling ahead. I called out to him a couple of times, asking him to slow down, but he'd only wait for a moment before speeding up again. "What's your hurry?" I shouted after the 3rd or 4th time this happened. "I'm cold," he called back, "just trying to warm up." As we got further from the center of town, the streetlights became fewer and further between. The road narrowed, with trees on one side and an old stone wall on the other. During the day, it was a pretty route. At night, it was different. Shadows everywhere, the trees making strange patterns in the moonlight. Antoine was now about 20 meters ahead of me, just a silhouette in the darkness. I was getting annoyed at being left behind, and was about to shout to him again when I heard the sound of footsteps running on the pavement behind me. Before I could turn to look, something slammed into my bike from the side. I felt the handlebars twist violently as my bike tipped, and I just managed to get one foot on the ground to stop myself from falling completely. As I struggled to regain my balance, I saw him, a figure dressed all in black, hood pulled up so I couldn't see his face. He kicked my bike again, harder this time, aiming for the front wheel. I fought to keep hold of the handlebars, my heart suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Antoine!" I screamed, looking desperately ahead to where I'd last seen my boyfriend. I could just make out Antoine's figure in the distance. He'd stopped pedaling and turned around. Our eyes met. I'm certain of it, even across that distance. I saw him clearly in the moonlight looking back at me. And then, I still can't believe this part, even now, he turned away. He just turned his bike around and pedaled away, faster than before, leaving me there. The shock of his betrayal froze me for a crucial second. In that moment, my attacker kicked at my bike a third time, and this time I went down, hitting the pavement hard with my hip and elbow. The pain was instant and sharp, but the adrenaline was already flooding my system. The man grabbed for my backpack, which contained my laptop and wallet. Something in me just snapped. Maybe it was seeing Antoine abandon me. Maybe it was thinking about Mark and Thomas. But suddenly I was filled with a rage unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I held onto my backpack with one hand and used the other to grab my bike, which was lying next to me. I swung it upward, hitting him in the legs. He stumbled backward, cursing in French with an accent I didn't recognize. I scrambled to my feet, still clutching my backpack. My bike was between us now, a metal barrier. He lunged forward, trying to grab me over the bike. I saw something glint in his hand. Glass, I think, maybe a bottle. Without thinking, I let go of my backpack and grabbed his wrist with both hands, twisting as hard as I could. He howled in pain, dropping whatever he was holding. It shattered on the pavement. I remember the sound so clearly, that distinctive crack of breaking glass, like a gunshot in the quiet night. We struggled for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. His hood fell back, and I caught a glimpse of his face in the dim light. An ordinary face, not monstrous or scarred or any of the things you might imagine. Just a man, maybe in his 30s, with stubble and hollow cheeks. I managed to pry a large shard of glass from the ground and, acting purely on instinct, slashed it toward his face. I felt it connect, heard him scream. There was a warm wetness on my hand that I knew must be blood. He staggered backward, hands over his face. I didn't wait to see more. I grabbed my bike, which was miraculously still in working condition, jumped on it and pedaled away as fast as I could, not looking back once. I cycled straight to the police station, still bleeding from my elbow and with what turned out to be a nasty bruise forming on my hip. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the handlebars. The police took my statement, but I could tell they were skeptical. A lone attacker in the night, a boyfriend who mysteriously abandoned me. It sounded far-fetched even to my own ears. They asked if I'd been drinking. I had, but wasn't drunk. If I'd argued with Antoine, we hadn't. If I could identify my attacker, I couldn't, not really. They drove me to the scene, but of course there was no one there, just some broken glass on the pavement that could have been from anything. They did find traces of blood that matched my story about cutting the attacker, but without anything to compare it to, that evidence was useless. I tried calling Antoine repeatedly that night, but he didn't answer. When he finally responded the next day, his explanation made me sick. He claimed he thought I had just fallen off my bike by accident, said he panicked and didn't know what to do. When I pressed him about seeing the attacker, he denied it, said it was too dark to see clearly, that he thought I was alone. I knew he was lying. I'd seen his face in that moment when he looked back, seen the calculation, the decision to save himself. We broke up that day. I moved to a different apartment closer to campus within the week and started taking self-defense classes. I reported what happened to the university, but without any proof beyond my word. There wasn't much they could do. The attack on me was never officially connected to what happened to Thomas or to Mark's death. Maybe they weren't connected. Maybe it was all just horrible coincidence. But here's the thing that still haunts me. In the weeks after my attack, I heard rumors that 2 other students had been attacked in similar circumstances, both while cycling alone at night. Neither as lucky as me. One had been hospitalized with severe injuries, the other robbed of everything she had. And then, as suddenly as they'd begun, the attack stopped. No explanation, no suspects caught. It's been 10 years now. I finished my degree, moved to a different city, built a new life. I haven't spoken to Antoine since we broke up, though I looked him up online once and saw he's working as an engineer in Germany now. Sometimes I wonder if my attacker was caught for some other crime, or if he moved on to another town with isolated roads and students on bicycles. Sometimes I wonder if he still has a scar on his face from that night. But mostly, I think about Antoine's face in that moment when he turned away. Sometimes in my nightmares, I see it clearly. Not fear, not panic, but something colder, something that knew exactly what was happening and what he was doing. That's what scares me most, even now. Not the man who attacked me, but the person I trusted who left me to face him alone. Story 9. I'm still trying to process what happened to my family last month. We're not the type to believe in supernatural stuff or conspiracy theories, but sometimes you experience something so unnerving that it shakes your entire sense of reality. I need to write this down. Maybe someone out there has had a similar experience or can explain what we stumbled into. My name is Carlos Martinez. Every winter, my family takes a road trip from my parents' place in Albuquerque back to our home in Phoenix after the holidays. My wife Elena, our 17-year-old son Miguel, and our 15-year-old daughter Sophia were all with me. We usually take I-40, but this year I suggested we take a more scenic route through the countryside. Elena had been stressed with work, and I thought seeing some of New Mexico's natural beauty might help her relax. That decision still haunts me. We left Albuquerque around noon. The first few hours were actually beautiful. Red rock formations, sprawling pine forests, huge open skies. We stopped for snacks at a gas station outside Grants, and then continued southwest. I had marked a few small towns on our route, where we could potentially stop for dinner before finishing the drive. It was around 4 in the afternoon when we turned onto Route 53. The kids were in the back seat, glued to their phones, occasionally looking up when we passed something interesting. Elena was navigating, checking our route on a paper map because cell service had gotten spotty. My GPS kept cutting in and out, but I wasn't worried. I knew the general direction we needed to go. According to this, we should pass through a place called Fence Lake soon, Elena said, tracing her finger along the map. Looks tiny, but maybe we can find somewhere to grab dinner. The road narrowed as we continued. Trees pressed closer on both sides, and the winter sky was already darkening. I remember feeling this odd sense of, I don't know, pressure. Like when a storm is coming and the barometric pressure drops. My ears even popped a couple of times. "Dad, I don't have any signal at all," Miguel complained from the back seat. "I thought we'd have at least some coverage by now." "We're in the mountains, mijo," I answered. "It'll come back when we get closer to civilization." But something felt off about that explanation even as I said it. We weren't that deep into the wilderness. There should have been at least some spotty service. We rounded a bend in the road, and suddenly the trees opened up. A wooden sign appeared. "Fence Lake, Pop, 182. The paint was peeling, and it looked like it hadn't been updated in decades. Beyond it stood several buildings, what appeared to be a main street with some businesses and scattered houses behind them. "Finally," Sophia sighed. "I need a bathroom and real food." I pulled onto the main street, which wasn't much more than a wide dirt road with a few worn buildings lining it. There was a general store, what looked like a fire station, a small diner, and some other nondescript buildings. But as I slowed the car, the first thing that struck me was how absolutely silent the place was. No, that's not quite right. It wasn't just silent. It felt muted, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over everything. The air seemed thick. "Where is everyone?" Elena murmured, peering out the window. That's when I realized what was bothering me. There wasn't a single person visible anywhere. No cars moving on the street, no pedestrians, not even anyone looking out windows. The buildings all appeared intact, not abandoned exactly, but there was no sign of life. No smoke from chimneys despite the cold, no lights glowing inside windows against the approaching dusk. Nothing. Maybe it's a siesta town, I joked weakly, but my voice sounded strained even to my own ears. We rolled slowly down the main street. I could see dust motes floating in the beams of our headlights. The storefronts we passed had signs in the windows, but they looked faded, and I couldn't make out what any of them said. The diner's neon open sign was dark. "Dad, check out that car!" Miguel pointed to an old Ford pickup parked in front of the general store. Its paint was dull with dust, but it didn't look ancient or abandoned, just unused for a while. I pulled up beside the fire station, which had its bay doors closed. A small light was visible in what must have been an office window. "Finally, a light!" Elena sounded relieved. "Someone must be there." "I'll go see if I can get directions or find out if there's somewhere to eat," Miguel offered, already unbuckling his seatbelt. Before I could object, he was out of the car. "Miguel, wait!" I called after him, but he was already jogging up to the side door of the fire station. The rest of us sat in silence, watching him. The air inside the car felt heavy, and I suddenly realized I'd been holding my breath. I exhaled slowly, fogging up the windshield slightly. The temperature seemed to be dropping rapidly with the sun. Sophia was peering out her window at the houses behind the main street. "Dad, look at those homes. No lights, no Christmas decorations, nothing. It's like 6 p.m. on a weekday in winter. Where is everyone?" She was right. Every house was dark. Not a single porch light, not one warm glow from a living room TV or kitchen, just dark shapes against the darkening sky. "Maybe there was an evacuation," Elena suggested, "a gas leak or something." But there were no emergency vehicles, no roadblocks, no signs warning travelers to stay away, just emptiness. Miguel was gone for about 5 minutes. When he finally emerged from the fire station, his face had gone pale. He jogged back to the car and practically dove into the back seat. "We need to go now," he said, his voice tight. "What happened? What did you see?" I asked, turning to look at him properly. Miguel was visibly shaken. Nobody was there, but it's like they just got up and left midday. There's paperwork on desks, coffee mugs still half full, but with mold growing in them. Everything's covered in dust, and there's a calendar on the wall. He swallowed. "It's from 2010, over 13 years ago." A chill ran up my spine. "Did you see anyone at all?" I asked. "No, but—" Miguel hesitated. "I felt like someone was watching me the entire time, and when I called out, I swear I heard footsteps upstairs, but nobody answered when I yelled hello." Elena reached over and gripped my arm. "Carlos, let's go. This doesn't feel right." I nodded and put the car in drive, suddenly eager to be anywhere but Fence Lake. As we continued down the main street, planning to exit on the other side of town, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Houses that had seemed empty moments before now showed faint signs of occupancy. A curtain moving slightly, though there was no breeze. A shadow passing behind a frosted bathroom window. Nothing overt, nothing I could point to definitively, but the distinct feeling that we were being observed from every direction. "Is anyone else seeing this?" I asked quietly. "Seeing what?" Sophia asked, but Eleanor nodded slowly. "The curtains, the windows. There's people in those houses watching us," she whispered. The road curved ahead, and I accelerated slightly, desperate to reach the town limits. The light was fading fast now, the sunset bleeding out behind the mountains. My headlights cut twin paths through the growing darkness. As we approached what appeared to be the edge of town, I spotted a man standing beside the road. He was motionless, just staring at our car as we approached. His stillness was unnatural. No shifting from foot to foot, no adjustment for the cold. Just watching. "Dad!" Sophia's voice was high with fear. "I see him," I said, my hands tight on the wheel. I slowed slightly as we approached, unsure if he needed help or was trying to flag us down. The man made no gesture, no attempt to wave us over. He simply stood, his face expressionless, eyes fixed on our car. As we drew level with him, I could see his clothes were oddly outdated. Not vintage or deliberately retro, just old. Worn in a way that suggested they'd been in constant use for decades. He turned his head to follow our car as we passed, his movements mechanical. In the rearview mirror, I could see him still watching as we drove away, not moving from his spot, not calling after us, just observing. "Did you see his eyes?" Miguel whispered from the back seat. I hadn't, not clearly. But something about the man's gaze had been deeply unsettling, even in that brief encounter. We passed the town limit sign, and I pressed the accelerator harder, wanting to put as much distance between us and Fence Lake as possible. For about a mile, nobody spoke. The only sound was the hum of the engine and our breathing. Then, Sophia broke the silence. "This will sound weird, but did that town feel like it was holding its breath to anyone else?" That was exactly it. The perfect description of the unnatural stillness we'd encountered. "Maybe it's one of those religious communities," Elena suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. "Some kind of group that doesn't believe in electricity or modern conveniences." But that wouldn't explain the abandoned fire station with its modern equipment, or the pickup truck that wasn't antique, just neglected. We drove in silence for another 20 minutes before cell service suddenly returned. All our phones chimed almost simultaneously with incoming texts and notifications. The sound was so normal, so everyday, that it broke some of the tension. We found a proper restaurant in a normal occupied town about an hour later and stopped for dinner, all of us deliberately not talking about Fence Lake over our meal. It wasn't until we got home to Phoenix the next day that I mentioned the town to my buddy Mark, who grew up in western New Mexico. I expected him to be confused, maybe tell me I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. His actual reaction was much worse. The blood drained from his face when I mentioned Fence Lake. "You actually stopped there? In the town itself?" he asked incredulously. I nodded, suddenly uneasy again. "Why? What's wrong with it?" Mark looked around like he was checking who might overhear, even though we were alone in my garage. "That place is on some kind of FBI watch list, man. People go missing around there. There are stories. The residents, they're not right. They've been known to take travelers, hold them for ransom sometimes. You're lucky you left before someone decided you weren't going to." "That's ridiculous," I said, but my mouth had gone dry. The town seemed empty. We didn't see anyone except one man as we were leaving. Mark shook his head. "They were there, watching you, deciding. I've spent weeks researching Fence Lake since then. There's almost nothing online about it. A few coordinates, a mention that it's an unincorporated community in Cibola County, population unknown, no news stories, no local websites, nothing on social media." I tried calling the Cibola County Sheriff's Department, claiming I'd lost something while passing through and wanted to know who to contact in Fence Lake to see if it had been found. The dispatcher's voice turned noticeably cooler when I mentioned the town. "Sir, if you have business in Fence Lake, you need to go through proper channels," she said stiffly. "What channels?" I asked. "I just need a phone number for someone there." "I don't have that information. Have a nice day." She hung up. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it was just a strange, nearly abandoned town that gave us the creeps, and Mark's warning was just local folklore. But I can't shake the feeling that we narrowly avoided something terrible. I keep thinking about those half-full coffee cups Miguel described, preserved like some macabre museum display, the calendar from 13 years ago, the motionless man by the roadside with his too steady gaze. And sometimes, when I'm driving at dusk and pass through a quiet neighborhood, I catch myself scanning the windows for watching eyes, for curtains that move when there's no breeze. My family refuses to take back roads now. We stick to major highways, well-traveled routes where other cars are always visible. Was Fence Lake truly dangerous, or just eerily empty? Were people really watching us from those dark windows, or was it just our imagination running wild in an unsettling place? I don't know, but one thing's certain. None of us will ever take that scenic route again. Some roads are better left untraveled, some towns better left unvisited. And if you're ever driving through western New Mexico and see a faded sign for Fence Lake, keep going. Don't stop. Don't even slow down. Because I can't shake the feeling that we only made it out because we sensed the wrongness quickly enough. Others might not be so fortunate. Story 10. I don't normally share this stuff online, but after 15 years I still can't shake what happened that night in the Shasta Trinity Forest. I've told the story so many times to family and friends that they roll their eyes now when I bring it up. But I swear on everything I care about that what we saw was real. I worked as a lumberjack for Pacific Timber back in 2008. It was brutal work. Up at 4 in the morning, cutting trees until your hands blistered through your gloves, and home after dark. But the pay was decent, and there's something about working outdoors that gets in your blood. There were 4 of us on the crew that would carpool together. Me, Samuel, Dave, who drove most days, Mike and Hector. We'd been working a section about 80 miles from town, which meant a long commute on winding forest roads. We rotated vehicles, but that particular night we were in Dave's Ford F-250, one of those older models with the bench seats. It was a Thursday in late October. I remember because we were discussing weekend plans, and Mike was complaining about having to take his kids trick-or-treating the following week. We'd put in a 14-hour day clearing an area that was slated for controlled burning. Everyone was beat. Hector was already snoring in the back seat next to me, and I was nodding off myself. The roads through Shasta Trinity are no joke at night. No streetlights, tight curves that hug the mountainside, and dense forest pressing in on both sides. The high beams only reached so far ahead, and beyond that was pure darkness. We had the heater blasting against the autumn chill, the radio playing softly. I think it was some classic rock station Dave always tuned to. I must have dozed off because I suddenly jerked awake when the truck came to an abrupt halt. Not just slowed down, I mean the brakes locked and we skidded a bit. The momentum threw me forward and I had to brace against the front seat to keep from smashing into it. "What the hell, Dave?" I mumbled, still half asleep. But Dave didn't answer, and that's when I noticed it. The absolute silence in the cab. No radio anymore, no heater humming, just the idle of the engine and our breathing. Dave and Mike were both staring straight ahead through the windshield. Their postures were so rigid they looked like mannequins. Dave's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and Mike had one hand pressed against the dashboard like he was bracing for impact. It took my brain a second to process what was happening. I followed their gaze, and that's when I saw it. Standing directly in front of the truck, maybe 15 feet ahead in the middle of the road, was something. The headlights were hitting it straight on, but instead of illuminating it, the light seemed to wrap around it or get swallowed up. It's hard to explain. The shape was unmistakably bipedal, standing upright on 2 legs, broad shoulders, massive. My first thought was bear, but it wasn't a bear. Bears don't stand perfectly still like that. They don't stand that tall either. This thing had to be at least 8 feet high, maybe taller. Its proportions were all wrong. Arms too long, hanging down almost to where knees would be. Its head was oddly shaped, not quite round, more elongated. What struck me most was the stillness. Completely motionless, not swaying, not breathing in any visible way, just standing there, watching us. I know it was watching because even though I couldn't make out eyes or facial features in that black silhouette, I could feel it focusing on us. It's that feeling you get when someone's staring at you from across a room. That crawling sensation on the back of your neck. Except this was 1,000 times more intense. The logical part of my brain kept trying to find explanations. It's just a tree shadow. It's someone playing a prank. It's a bear. But I knew it wasn't any of those things. Whatever was standing in front of our truck was something else. Hector woke up beside me, confused by the sudden stop. He started to ask what was going on, but fell silent mid-sentence. I heard him inhale sharply when he saw it too. "What the fuck is that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. None of us answered. None of us moved. It felt like we were trapped in amber, suspended in a moment that wouldn't end. I don't know how long we sat there staring at this thing, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Then it moved, just slightly. Its head tilted, almost like it was curious. That tiny movement sent a jolt of panic through the truck. I felt it like an electric current passing through all of us simultaneously. Dave suddenly burst into action. He slammed the truck into reverse, cranked the wheel, and executed the fastest three-point turn I've ever witnessed or experienced. The tires squealed, gravel sprayed from beneath them, and he floored it in the opposite direction. "Did you see that? Did you fucking see that?" Mike kept repeating, twisted around in his seat, looking back through the rear window. I turned to look too, half expecting to see the thing chasing us down the road, but there was only darkness behind us. Dave had the pedal to the floor, and the truck was roaring down the mountain road at a speed that was definitely not safe. Normally, I would have told him to slow down. Those roads were treacherous enough at normal speeds, but none of us said a word about it. We were all breathing heavily, like we'd just run a mile. The adrenaline was pumping so hard I could hear my pulse in my ears. "What was that thing?" Hector finally asked. His voice had a tremor I'd never heard before, and I'd known him for years. "A bear," Dave said quickly, but his tone didn't match his words. He was trying to convince himself more than us. "Had to be a bear standing on its hind legs." "That wasn't no fucking bear," Mike shot back. "Bears don't stand like that. They don't look at you like that." He was right. I'd encountered black bears, and even the occasional brown bear in those woods many times. They don't stand perfectly still. They don't have that kind of presence. They don't make you feel like you're being sized up by something that's deciding whether to let you live or not. "Maybe it was someone in a costume," Hector suggested. "Halloween's coming up. Some asshole trying to scare people." But we all knew that didn't make sense either. We were at least 30 miles from the nearest town, on a remote logging road that hardly anyone used except us and a few other crews. Who would drive all the way out there in the pitch black to stand in the middle of the road in a costume? And what kind of costume could create that effect with the light? It wasn't just dark, it was like a hole cut out of reality. The headlights should have shown some texture, some detail, but there was nothing. Just a solid black silhouette that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. Dave kept driving like the devil was on our tail, taking corners way too fast. Nobody told him to slow down. We just wanted to get as far away from that spot as possible. The silence in the truck was heavy, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I kept replaying the image in my mind, trying to make sense of it. The proportions, the stillness, the way it had tilted its head. It was such a human gesture from something that was clearly not human. After about 15 minutes of driving, Dave finally eased up on the gas a little. We were approaching the main highway, and there were a few other cars around now. The presence of other people, other lights, seemed to break the spell of terror that had gripped us. "We don't talk about this," Dave suddenly announced. "Not to anyone. They'll think we're crazy or drunk or both." Mike nodded immediately. Hector hesitated, but eventually agreed too. I didn't say anything. I was still trying to process what I'd seen. We drove the rest of the way back to town, mostly in silence, occasionally making forced small talk about anything except what had just happened. When Dave dropped me off at my place, He gave me a look that was part warning, part shared trauma. "See you tomorrow, Sam." I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that silhouette standing in the road, perfectly still, watching us. I kept thinking about how it had tilted its head. Such a small movement, but so deliberate, so conscious. The next morning, we all showed up for work like nothing had happened. Nobody mentioned it. We piled into Dave's truck, he'd picked me up last, and headed back out to the same section of forest. I noticed he took a slightly different route, a longer one that avoided that particular stretch of road. Nobody commented on it. It was around midday when Mike finally broke the silence about what had happened. We were taking a lunch break, sitting on some fallen logs, when he looked up at us and said, "So are we really not going to talk about what we saw last night?" Dave shot him an irritated look, but Hector seemed relieved someone had brought it up. "I haven't been able to stop thinking about it," Hector admitted. "That wasn't normal, whatever it was." "It was a bear," Dave insisted again, but with even less conviction than the night before. "What else could it have been?" "I've hunted bears since I was 12, Mike said flatly. "That wasn't a bear, not even close." They all looked at me, waiting for my input. I'd been quiet about it all morning, still turning it over in my mind. I started slowly, choosing my words carefully. "I think we should check if there have been any other sightings in this area. Anything unusual." That afternoon, during our break, Mike used his phone to search for any reports of strange sightings in the Shasta Trinity Forest. What he found sent a chill through all of us. There were dozens of accounts, going back decades, of hikers, campers, and forestry workers encountering something in those woods that they couldn't explain. Most described it as an unusually tall, bipedal creature that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Several accounts mentioned the same eerie stillness we had witnessed. Some of the stories ended with the creature simply disappearing into the forest. Others described it following people for miles, always staying just at the edge of visibility. A few accounts were from people who claimed it had approached their vehicles or cabins, standing outside watching. We finished the workday in a state of heightened alertness, constantly scanning the tree line. Every shadow, every movement in the corner of our eyes made us tense up. The forest that had been our workplace for years suddenly felt hostile, alien. That night we took the longer route home again, and for the next few weeks we continued to avoid that stretch of road. But eventually, work schedules and practical considerations made it necessary to use that road again. It was 3 weeks after our encounter. We were running late after some equipment problems, and the sun had already set by the time we finished. Dave was driving again, and there was a tension in the truck that hadn't been there before that night. No one said it, but we were all thinking the same thing. Would it be there again? As we approached the spot where we'd seen it, Dave slowed down. His headlights swept the road ahead carefully. "Don't stop," Mike said tensely. "Whatever happens, don't stop." The road was empty. No tall, black silhouette. No strange, light-absorbing presence. Just the familiar forest road winding through the trees. We all exhaled in relief as we passed that spot. But then Hector, who was sitting in the back with me, suddenly grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Sam," he whispered, his eyes fixed on something outside his window. "Do you see that?" I leaned over to look out his window, into the dense trees that lined the road. At first I didn't see anything, just the dark shapes of trunks and branches. But then, as the truck moved and the angle changed, I caught a glimpse of something that made my blood run cold. About 30 feet into the forest, partially hidden behind a large pine, was a tall, black figure. It was standing perfectly still, just like before, but this time it was among the trees, not on the road. And despite the distance and the darkness, I knew with absolute certainty that it was watching us pass. Drive faster, I told Dave, my voice surprisingly steady despite the fear churning in my gut. Don't look to your right, just drive faster. Dave didn't question me. He accelerated, and the truck surged forward along the winding road. Mike, curious, started to turn to look out the window. Don't, I said sharply. Just keep looking ahead. Something told me that acknowledging its presence, all of us seeing it at once like we had that first night, would be a mistake. Like it would somehow invite it to reveal itself fully again, to step out of the trees and onto the road in front of us. We made it back to town without incident, but the knowledge that it was still out there, watching from the trees, haunted me. It still does. Over the years, all four of us have tried to rationalize what we saw. Dave clings to his bear theory, though I know he doesn't really believe it. Mike thinks it might have been some undiscovered species, something science hasn't classified yet. Hector, who grew up with stories of the supernatural from his grandmother, believes it was something not of this world. As for me, I don't know. I've turned it over in my mind countless times, and I still have no explanation that satisfies me. All I know is what we saw was real, and it was intelligent, and it was watching us with purpose. I left that logging job the following year, moved to a different part of the state. But every October, as the days grow shorter and the nights get longer, I think about that thing standing in the road. Sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night and my headlights sweep across the trees by the roadside, I catch myself checking the shadows, looking for that tall, still silhouette watching from among the trunks. And sometimes, just for a second, I think I see it. Story 11. It was mid-October, just after my 43rd birthday. I remember because my daughter had given me this little dashboard bobblehead of a truck that I'd installed that morning. The thing had this stupid grin that kept me company during those long hauls. I was making a delivery out to one of those distribution centers in the absolute middle of nowhere, the kind that pop up where land is dirt cheap and nobody's around to complain about the noise. I'd been on the road since about 3 in the afternoon, and by 10 at night, I was deep into what we drivers call the boonies. You know, the kind of road, a narrow 2-lane highway cutting through absolutely nothing but fields and forest for miles and miles. No houses, no streetlights, no gas stations, just my truck's high beams carving a tunnel through pure darkness. The radio had gone to static about 20 minutes prior, so I was left with just the rumble of my engine and the occasional thump of the tires hitting seams in the asphalt. I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least 45 minutes. That's not unusual for these back roads, especially that time of night, but something about the emptiness felt different. Heavier somehow. I was cruising at a steady 55 miles per hour, sipping lukewarm coffee from my thermos, when I first noticed something up ahead along the shoulder. At first, it was just a shape, a vague outline that my headlights had caught. Nothing unusual. Probably a deer, I figured. I've encountered plenty of wildlife on these remote stretches, and you learn to stay alert because they can dart out without warning. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a deer. It was a person walking along the shoulder, facing away from me, moving in the same direction I was traveling. Now, finding someone walking on a road like this at night is strange enough. We were at least 15 miles from anything resembling a town. But I figured maybe someone had broken down, though I hadn't passed any disabled vehicle. I eased off the accelerator a bit, slowing to about 45. I'm always cautious about pedestrians, especially at night when visibility is poor. The figure was wearing what looked like a dark jacket or coat. As I got within about 200 feet, I could make out that it was a man with short hair. His arms were swinging naturally as he walked. I reached for my CB radio out of habit, thinking I'd report a stranded motorist once I got to an area with reception. It was when I got within about 100 feet that I noticed something was terribly wrong. The man had no legs. I don't mean he was an amputee or anything like that. From the waist up, he looked completely normal. Torso, swinging arms, head. But below the waist, there was nothing. Just empty space between his torso and the road surface. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. The upper half of this man was just floating there, moving forward as if walking normally, but hovering about 3 feet above the asphalt. His torso swayed slightly with each step, exactly the way a normal walking person's would. The movements were so natural, so human, but utterly impossible. I slammed on the brakes instinctively. My tires screeched against the asphalt, the sound echoing through the empty night. The cargo shifted behind me, something fell over in my sleeper cab, and my coffee spilled across the dashboard. But I barely registered any of that because I was fixated on the figure ahead of me. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, my truck came to a full stop, the figure vanished. Not like it ran off or disappeared into the trees. It literally vanished, like someone had switched off a projector. 1 second it was there, this impossible half-man moving along the shoulder, and the next, nothing but empty road in my high beams. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. My heart was hammering against my ribs like it wanted to break free. For a few minutes, I couldn't move. I just sat there, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Did I fall asleep? I said it out loud to myself, my voice sounding strange in the quiet cab. But I knew I hadn't. I wasn't tired. That coffee had been doing its job, and I'd gotten a solid 8 hours of sleep the night before. I hadn't been dozing. I was alert, aware, and what I'd seen was impossible. After a few minutes of sitting there with my hazards blinking into the emptiness, I started to doubt myself. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me after hours of staring at the same stretch of road. There had to be a logical explanation. I turned on all the interior lights in the cab, partly to check if I was really awake, and partly because the darkness outside suddenly felt threatening. The familiar surroundings of my truck cab brought a small measure of comfort. The bobblehead on my dash was still nodding away, oblivious. I reached for my cell phone. No service, of course, not a single bar. I was truly alone out here. Despite every instinct telling me to just drive away, to put this place in my rearview mirror and never look back, I felt compelled to investigate. I needed to prove to myself that there was a rational explanation for what I'd seen. I grabbed my heavy mag light from the side compartment, took a deep breath and stepped out of the truck. The silence hit me immediately. There's always some noise on the road. Distant traffic, the wind, animals, something. But not here, not now. It was silent in a way that felt unnatural, like sound itself was being sucked out of the air. The only noise was the ticking of my cooling engine and my boots on the asphalt as I walked around to the front of the truck. My high beams cut through the darkness, illuminating maybe 100 feet of empty road ahead. The yellow lines stretched out before me, disappearing into the blackness beyond my light's reach. The air was cool, but not cold, completely still with no breeze. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded wrong somehow, too loud yet muffled at the same time. There was no echo, no response, just that unnerving silence swallowing my words. I directed my flashlight toward the spot where I'd seen the figure. The beam revealed nothing but empty shoulder. No footprints, no disturbed gravel, nothing that indicated anyone or anything had been there. I walked slowly forward, sweeping my light across the road, the shoulders on both sides, and the shallow ditches beyond. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I expanded my search, walking about 30 yards in each direction. The woods pressed in from both sides of the road, dark and impenetrable beyond a few feet. I didn't venture into them. Some primal instinct warned me against it. After about 10 minutes of searching and finding nothing, I was starting to feel exposed, vulnerable, like I was being watched from the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my skin prickled with goosebumps that had nothing to do with the temperature. That's when I had a bone-chilling realization. If what I saw wasn't human, wasn't physical, then what was it? And more importantly, was it still here? I practically ran back to my truck, fumbling with the door handle in my rush to get inside. I locked the doors the instant I was in, something I rarely do when driving. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my flashlight on the floor. For a long moment, I just sat there, trying to calm my breathing, trying to make sense of what had happened. But there was no sense to be made. I'd seen what I'd seen. A man with no legs, moving as if walking normally, who vanished into thin air. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the road, desperate to get away from that spot. I drove white-knuckled all the way to the distribution center, jumping at every shadow my headlights cast. What should have been a routine drive turned into the longest hour of my life. When I finally arrived at the delivery point, the security guard commented that I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I just nodded and went through the motions of my delivery, my mind still back on that empty stretch of road. After completing the delivery, I had a choice to make. The quickest route back would take me down that same road. The alternative was to take the long way around, adding at least an hour to my journey on roads that weren't ideal for a vehicle my size. I took the long way. No hesitation. That hour-long detour was the first of many. I've never driven that stretch of road again, and I never will. When I got back to the depot the next morning, I went straight to my supervisor and told him plainly that I wouldn't be taking routes through that area anymore. He must have seen something in my face, because he didn't argue or ask questions, just nodded and made a note in the system. A few of my fellow drivers have asked me about it over the years. Most of them respect my silence, but occasionally someone presses for details. I've never told the full story to anyone at work. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? Oh, I saw half a man floating along the roadside who disappeared into thin air. Yeah, that would go over real well in the break room. I've done some research since then, looking into local legends and stories about that area. Nothing specific matches what I saw, but there are whispers. Stories from other drivers about strange experiences on rural highways at night. Most won't go into details, just shake their heads and change the subject. But their eyes, I recognize the look in their eyes. It's the same one I see in the mirror every morning. Sometimes I wonder if what I saw was somehow connected to the land itself. Those roads cut through areas that have histories stretching back centuries. Native American territories, old battlefields, forgotten settlements. How many layers of history are buried beneath those asphalt strips we drive over without a thought? 4 years have passed, and I still can't explain what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it, stress, exhaustion, a momentary hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw. The image is burned into my memory with perfect clarity. The natural swing of those arms, the slight sway of the torso with each step, and the absolute impossibility of what was missing. I still drive trucks. I still make night deliveries. But I've set firm boundaries about my routes, and my company respects them. Some drivers tease me for being superstitious, but I don't care. No load is worth encountering whatever that was again. The worst part is the not knowing. Was it something that meant me harm? Was it just some kind of echo, a replay of something tragic that happened there? Or was it trying to lead me somewhere, show me something? I'll never know, because I'm never going back to find out. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some roads are better left untraveled. That bobblehead my daughter gave me, I threw it away the next day. Couldn't stand to look at its mindless nodding anymore. That fixed grin that had witnessed what I'd seen and just kept on smiling. Silly maybe, but we all cope in different ways. My wife says I've changed since that night. Become more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. She's not wrong. When you've seen something your mind tells you is impossible, but your eyes insist is real, it changes your perspective on what else might be out there in the darkness, just beyond the reach of your headlights. Story 12. I still can't sleep properly, and it's been 3 weeks since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see it standing there in the headlights, and I feel that horrible moment when we passed through it, or it passed through us. I need to get this out somewhere, even if nobody believes me. Maybe someone else has seen something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. Let me start from the beginning. My name's Ethan, and last month my 3 college buddies and I decided to take a road trip from Phoenix to Denver to see a concert. We'd been planning this for months. Me, Jason, Mike, and Kyle. I was driving my old Subaru Outback that's got about 200,000 miles on it, but still runs okay. We left Phoenix around noon, figuring we'd drive straight through and maybe catch some sleep in a motel halfway if we got too tired. The first several hours were normal. We stopped for gas in Flagstaff, grabbed some snacks, and kept going north. By evening, we were somewhere in Utah, I think. That's when the GPS started acting weird. The signal kept dropping in and out, and eventually it just died completely. None of our phones had service either. Mike had downloaded offline maps, thankfully, so we weren't completely screwed, but it was still unnerving. As night fell, the roads became more isolated. We hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. The highway stretched endlessly in front of us, just this black ribbon cutting through absolute darkness. No streetlights, no houses, not even the distant glow of a town on the horizon. Just pitch black, the kind of darkness that makes you feel like you're driving through a void. Jason was in the passenger seat beside me. He'd been my best friend since 6th grade, the one person who knows all my secrets and still hangs around. Mike and Kyle were in the back, passed out after drinking a few beers earlier. They were snoring softly, completely oblivious to the growing tension I was feeling. It was around 1 in the morning when things got weird. The temperature had dropped drastically. I remember because the car's thermostat showed it had gone from about 65 degrees to nearly 40 in the span of about 20 minutes. The heater was struggling to keep up. "Something feel off to you?" Jason asked, breaking a silence that had lasted almost an hour. I nodded. "Yeah. Can't quite place it, though. It's too quiet," he said. "No cars, no animals crossing the road. Nothing." He was right. There hadn't been a single rabbit, deer, or even an insect hitting the windshield for miles. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The high beams carved a tunnel of light through the darkness, but beyond that cone of visibility was just nothing. Complete blackness. It was like we were the only people left on Earth. My hands were getting sweaty on the steering wheel despite the cold. I kept checking the rearview mirror, though I couldn't have explained why at the time. Just this creeping sense that something wasn't right. "How much longer do you think?" Jason asked, pulling his hoodie tighter around himself. "Maybe 4 more hours. Hard to tell without GPS." That's when the radio, which had been off, suddenly switched on by itself. It blasted static so loud that I nearly swerved off the road. I reached over and punched the power button, but it didn't turn off. "What the hell?" Jason fiddled with the knobs. Nothing worked. Then, just as suddenly as it had turned on, the radio went silent again. Not just quiet, dead silent. No static, no distant stations. Nothing. "Check if the guys woke up," I said, nodding toward the back seat. Jason turned around. "Nope, still out cold." How are they sleeping through this? I remember thinking it was strange they hadn't even stirred during the radio incident. They were usually light sleepers, especially Kyle. We continued driving for another 20 minutes in complete silence. The clock on the dashboard showed 1:17 a.m. when Jason suddenly sat bolt upright. "Ethan," he whispered, gripping the edge of his seat. "Ethan, what is that?" At first I didn't see anything. Then my headlights caught it, something in the middle of the road, maybe 100 yards ahead. My first thought was deer, but as we got closer I realized it was too tall, too still. It was a figure, standing perfectly motionless in the center of our lane. "Is that a person?" Jason's voice had gone up an octave. What the fuck is someone doing out here? I slowed the car slightly, but we were still approaching rapidly. The figure didn't move, didn't react at all to our headlights bearing down on it. Then we got close enough to really see it, and my blood went cold. It wasn't a person, not a living one anyway. It was a shape. A man-shaped thing made entirely of what looked like dried, twisted branches. Tumbleweed. But not random or chaotic like you'd expect tumbleweed to be. This was deliberately formed, meticulously crafted into a perfect human silhouette. Standing at least 7 feet tall, this thing had arms, legs, a torso, and a head. The head was tilted slightly to one side, like it was listening for something. The branches were intricately woven together, creating the undeniable impression of a man caught mid-stride across the highway. "What the fuck is that?" Jason screamed, pointing. I couldn't speak. My throat had closed up. My hands were frozen on the wheel. We were maybe 50 feet away now, and I wasn't slowing down. I couldn't. My foot seemed welded to the accelerator. "Ethan, stop the car!" Jason grabbed for the wheel, but I knocked his hand away on instinct. "Don't!" I finally choked out. "Don't touch it!" 30 feet, 20 feet, 10. The tumbleweed figure didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there awaiting impact. Jason and I both screamed as we braced for collision, but there was no impact, no sound of branches hitting metal, no resistance whatsoever. We passed right through it as if it wasn't even there, or as if we weren't there. For a split second, as we drove through the figure, the temperature in the car plummeted, like diving into ice water. I felt a pressure in my ears, a crushing sensation in my chest. Jason later told me he experienced the same thing. The moment we passed through it, I instinctively looked up at the rearview mirror, expecting to see the tumbleweed man scattered across the highway behind us. But there was nothing. The road was empty. "It's gone," I whispered, my voice shaking so badly I could barely form the words. "Did you see that? Tell me you saw that." Jason was hyperventilating beside me. "What the fuck just happened? What was that thing?" I was about to answer when Jason twisted around to face the back seat. Guys, wake up. Did you see that?" Mike stirred, lifting his head groggily. "See what? Why are you yelling?" Kyle didn't even move. "The thing, the fucking tumbleweed man in the road. We just drove through it." Mike sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What are you talking about? There's nothing out there." "Are you serious? We just went through a massive figure made of tumbleweed standing in the middle of the highway." Mike looked at Jason like he'd lost his mind, then at me. "Ethan, what's he talking about?" "You didn't see it?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "The shape in the road? Made of branches?" Mike shook his head slowly. "I was asleep until Jason started screaming. There's nothing out there, man." I pulled the car over to the shoulder, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely control the wheel. Once we stopped, I put the car in park and turned around fully to face Mike. "Wake Kyle up," I said. Mike nudged Kyle, who grumbled and opened his eyes. "What? Are we there?" "Did either of you see anything on the road? Anything strange at all?" I asked, searching their faces for any hint of recognition. They both looked confused, then concerned. "No, man, we were both asleep," Kyle said. "What happened? You guys look like you've seen a ghost." Jason and I exchanged glances. How could they not have seen it? The thing had been directly in our headlights, plain as day. "We need to get out of here," Jason said suddenly. "Now, just drive, Ethan." I didn't argue. I put the car back in drive and pulled onto the highway, pushing the speedometer up to 80, then 90. No one spoke. Mike and Kyle exchanged worried looks in the back seat, clearly not believing us, but concerned by our obvious terror. After about 15 minutes of tense silence, Mike spoke up. "Look, what exactly did you guys think you saw? Because there's no tumbleweeds in this part of the country. They're more of a Southwest thing." He was right, and that thought hadn't even occurred to me until then. We were in Utah. I'd never seen tumbleweeds here, especially not in this mountainous region. "I know what we saw," Jason insisted, though his voice had a tremor to it. It was standing right in the middle of the road. And we drove through it, I added. Like it wasn't solid, or we weren't. Mike and Kyle were looking at us like we had both lost our minds. Maybe we had, but I know what I saw, what I felt. Check the front of the car when we stop next, Kyle said after another silence. If you hit something, even if it was just dried plants, there'd be marks, right? Jason nodded. Good idea. We drove another hour before finding a 24-hour gas station. I pulled up to the pumps, and before I'd even turned off the engine, Jason was out of the car, examining the front bumper and grille. There was nothing, not a scratch, not a single twig or leaf caught in the grille. Nothing to suggest we'd encountered anything at all. We filled up the tank and went inside to use the bathroom and grab more caffeine. The attendant, an older man with deep-set eyes and a scraggly beard, watched us curiously as we paid. "You boys look like you've had a fright," he commented as I handed over my credit card. Something made me ask, "You ever hear of anything strange happening on that stretch of highway back there? About an hour east?" The man's expression shifted subtly. "What kind of strange?" "I don't know. Apparitions? Weird figures?" He was quiet for a long moment, then pushed my card back across the counter. "That'll be $42.78. You boys be careful the rest of the way, you hear?" I took that as my cue to leave, but as I turned away, he spoke again, voice lowered. "Sometimes the desert shows you things that aren't there. Or maybe they are, just not in the way we understand. Either way, don't go looking for explanations. Just be grateful you're still driving." A chill ran down my spine. I nodded and left without another word. Back in the car, no one spoke for nearly 2 hours. The sun started to rise, casting an orange glow across the landscape. In the daylight, everything seemed so normal, so impossible, that we had experienced something supernatural just hours before. Finally, Mike broke the silence. Maybe it was a hallucination, carbon monoxide leak in the car or something? "Both of us had the same hallucination," Jason challenged, "and you guys felt nothing." "I'm just trying to find an explanation," Mike said defensively. But there was no explanation. Not a logical one, anyway. How could Jason and I have seen something so vividly, felt that bone-chilling cold as we passed through it, while Mike and Kyle experienced absolutely nothing? We made it to Denver around noon, checked into our hotel, and tried to enjoy the concert that night. But Jason and I couldn't shake what had happened. We kept looking over our shoulders, jumping at shadows. The music felt distant and meaningless compared to what we'd experienced. That was 3 weeks ago. We've all gone back to our normal lives. Classes, jobs, the usual routine. Mike and Kyle have written the whole thing off as road fatigue or maybe something we ate. But Jason and I know better. I've researched desert phenomena, highway mirages, even supernatural manifestations, but found nothing that matches what we saw. The tumbleweed man wasn't a ghost in the traditional sense. It wasn't trying to communicate or scare us. It just existed for that brief moment in that specific place. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. Since that trip, Jason and I have both experienced moments where we feel that same bone-deep cold wash over us. It lasts just a second, but it's unmistakable. And afterward, I always have the distinct sensation that something is watching me. I've also found small, dried twigs in odd places, in my shoes in the morning, on my pillow, inside my locked car. Never more than 1 or 2, but always twisted into unnatural angles. Jason called me yesterday, his voice barely above a whisper. "Ethan, I think it followed us home." I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Has anyone else encountered something like this? A figure made of impossible materials, standing where it shouldn't be, that disappears without a trace? And more importantly, how do we make it stop? Because I swear, sometimes when I look in the mirror, I catch a glimpse of something, in the reflection behind me, something tall and still and watching. Something made of twisted, dried branches that shouldn't exist here. And I can't shake the feeling that we didn't pass through it that night. It passed through us. Story 13. I've been a sheriff's deputy in Blackwater County for 15 years now, and there's not much that rattles me anymore. Domestic disputes, drunk drivers, even the occasional meth lab. That's just Tuesday around here. But I've seen things out on these mountain roads that I can't explain, things that still make the hair on my neck stand up when I think about them. For those who don't know, our jurisdiction covers almost 500 square miles of some of the most isolated terrain in Appalachia. Most nights, it's just me and one other deputy patrolling the entire county. My partner usually takes the northern sector while I handle the southern routes. Winding mountain roads that snake through hollows so deep the sun only hits them a few hours each day. I'm not a superstitious man. I've never bought into the local legends about haints and mountain spirits my grandma used to tell me about. But after what happened to me on Highway 16, I don't dismiss those stories as quickly anymore. It was about 2 years ago, middle of October. I was working the graveyard shift, had been for about 3 months straight. Anyone who's worked nights knows how it messes with your head. Your sleep schedule gets all twisted up, and sometimes your eyes play tricks on you. At least, that's what I told myself afterward. It was around 2 in the morning. One of those nights where the sky is completely overcast, no moon, no stars, just a thick blanket of clouds hanging low over the mountains. I remember checking the temperature on my dashboard. 43 degrees. Cold enough that my windows were starting to fog up around the edges. I was cruising down a stretch of Highway 16 that runs along the ridge between Elk Valley and Pine Creek. It's a fairly straight section with rolling hills, nothing too steep. I had the radio on low, some late-night talk show about conspiracy theories, ironically enough, and was doing about 60 miles per hour. Not much traffic that time of night, especially on a Tuesday. I'd just crested a small hill when my headlights caught something in the road ahead. A figure standing dead center in my lane. It was a woman. I still remember every detail with perfect clarity. She wore what looked like a pale dress or nightgown that hung to her ankles, dark hair down to her shoulders. She was just standing there, facing away from me, completely motionless in the middle of the highway. My brain didn't have time to process anything. Pure instinct took over. I slammed on the brakes, felt the anti-lock system kick in as my Crown Vic skidded on the asphalt. I braced for impact, that sickening feeling in your gut when you know you're about to hit someone and there's nothing you can do to stop it. The cruiser finally skidded to a halt. I was breathing hard, knuckles white on the steering wheel, but there was nothing there, no woman, no body, nothing. I sat there for a good 30 seconds trying to understand what had just happened. Then training kicked in. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the car, heart still hammering in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, sweeping my light across the road and the ditches on either side. "Mom, are you hurt?" Nothing, just the sound of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. I walked the entire area, searching the roadside, looking for any sign someone had been there. Footprints, disturbed vegetation, anything. But the asphalt was dry, and the grass along the shoulder showed no signs of being trampled. It was only when I walked back to my vehicle that I realized where I'd stopped. I was parked directly beside the old Blackwater Baptist Church, or what was left of it. It had been abandoned since the 70s, after the congregation built a new place closer to town. All that remained was a decaying wooden structure and the small cemetery behind it. The realization sent a jolt through me. There were no houses nearby, no other buildings at all. The nearest residence was at least 3 miles back. What would a woman be doing out here, in the middle of nowhere, at 2 in the morning? I got on the radio and called it in, feeling a little foolish. "Dispatch, this is Walker. I just had a near miss with a pedestrian on Highway 16, near the old Baptist church. No contact made, but I can't locate the individual now. requesting a second unit to help search the area. The dispatcher, Doreen, who's been working there longer than I've been alive, responded with a hint of concern in her voice. "Copy that, Walker. Jenkins is tied up with a traffic stop on 219. You okay out there?" "Yeah," I said, though I wasn't sure if that was true. "Just want to make sure nobody's hurt or stranded out here." "Roger that. Stay in radio contact." I spent the next hour combing the area, checked inside the church, walked through the cemetery, searched up and down the highway for half a mile in both directions. Nothing. No footprints. No disturbance in the thick layer of dust inside the church. It was like nobody had been there at all. Eventually, I had to admit defeat. I called in again, told Doreen I was resuming patrol, and pulled away from the church. But as I drove off, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see that woman standing in the road behind me. For weeks afterward, I told myself it was just fatigue. Maybe a deer that my tired brain had transformed into a human figure. But I know what I saw, and in my 15 years on the force, I've never mistaken an animal for a person. I didn't tell many people about it. Not my wife, not my buddies at the station, just filed it away as one of those unexplainable things you encounter when you spend enough time alone on dark roads. Until last month, when something even stranger happened. I was working another night shift, cruising the same southern sector. It was around 1:30 in the morning, clear night this time, with a half moon, providing enough light to see the outlines of the mountains against the sky. I was approaching the four-way intersection at Old Mill Road and County Route 33. Locals call it Crossroads Junction. It's a completely rural crossing, no streetlights, no businesses, just forest on all four corners and a single stop sign for traffic coming off Old Mill. As I got within about a quarter mile of the intersection, I noticed a pair of headlights sitting stationary on Route 33, facing my direction. Not unusual in itself. Could be someone pulled over checking directions, or maybe a couple of teenagers looking for a secluded spot. Department policy is to check on any vehicle stopped in a remote area after midnight, so I slowed down, intending to pull alongside and make sure everything was okay. That's when things got weird. When I was about 150 yards away, the headlights suddenly went off. Complete darkness. I figured they'd seen my patrol car and decided to move along. But then I realized I couldn't see the outline of a vehicle, even with the moonlight. Before I could process this, the lights came back on. But they weren't in the same position. They were higher, much higher, maybe 10 or 12 feet off the ground. No vehicle I know of sits that tall, not even the biggest jacked-up trucks we get around here. And then, as I watched, the two headlights seemed to merge into one brilliant white light, much brighter than before. It hung there for maybe 3 seconds, illuminating the trees around the intersection with an intense white glow. I hit my brakes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The moment I registered that something wasn't right, the light vanished. Not like someone turning off a switch, but like it was just gone. One instant it was there, blinding me, and the next there was nothing but darkness. I switched on my light bar and hit the gas, covering the remaining distance to the intersection in seconds. When I got there, the junction was completely empty. No vehicle, no equipment, nothing that could have produced those lights. I sat in my cruiser, lights flashing across the empty forest, and felt a cold sweat break out across my back. There was no way, absolutely no way, that anything could have left that intersection without me seeing it. Route 33 stretches straight for at least half a mile in both directions from that junction. Old Mill Road is narrow and winding, but even if a vehicle had turned onto it, I would have seen tail lights disappearing into the trees. There was nowhere for anything to hide. I got out and walked the entire intersection with my flashlight. The ground was slightly damp from rain earlier in the day, but there were no fresh tire tracks, no footprints, nothing disturbed at all. I keyed my radio but hesitated. What was I going to say? That I'd just seen mysterious floating lights that disappeared into thin air? That would earn me a drug test and probably a psych evaluation too. Instead, I reported checking an abandoned vehicle that was gone on arrival. Technically, not a lie. There had been lights, and whatever caused them was definitely gone. I finished my shift that night with a knot in my stomach, driving the back roads with a nervousness I hadn't felt since I was a rookie. Every shadow, every reflection seemed menacing. I found myself avoiding Crossroads Junction for the rest of the night, taking the long way around my patrol route. The next day, I casually asked the day shift if they'd had any reports of strange lights or activity around Old Mill Road. Got nothing but blank stares and head shakes. I've tried to rationalize both incidents. The woman could have been a hitchhiker who jumped down into the ditch when she saw my car coming, though that doesn't explain how she disappeared so completely or why she'd be standing in the middle of the lane rather than on the shoulder. The lights at the intersection might have been some kind of equipment malfunction, or maybe military aircraft from the base over in Roanoke, though we usually get notified about night training exercises. But deep down, I know better. Something's out there on those mountain roads, something that doesn't follow the rules of what should be possible. I still patrol the same sector, still drive past that old church and that four-way intersection regularly. I keep my eyes open and my dashcam running, hoping to catch evidence of whatever it is I've encountered. So far, nothing has shown up on camera, and I haven't had any more unexplainable sightings. But sometimes, when I'm driving those pitch-black mountain roads at 3 in the morning, I'll catch movement in my peripheral vision, just a flicker of something pale moving among the trees. And I'll remember that woman in the road and those impossible lights. And I'll push my speed just a little faster, hoping to outrun whatever it is that seems to be watching from the darkness. I don't know what's out there in these mountains. Maybe it's something that's always been here. Something the old-timers knew about but didn't talk about much. Maybe it's something new. All I know is that these mountains keep their secrets, and sometimes, on those long night shifts when the radio's quiet and the fog settles in the valleys, I get the feeling that I've only glimpsed the surface of what's really out there. I still don't believe in ghosts. Not exactly. But I believe in what I saw. And whatever it wasn't anything I was trained to deal with at the academy. So, if you're ever driving through Appalachia late at night and see a woman standing in the road or lights that don't behave like they should, don't stop. Don't investigate. Just keep driving until you're back in civilization. Some things are better left alone. Story 14. I've been putting off writing this for a long time. It's been almost 3 years, and I still get chills thinking about what happened that night. I'm not someone who enjoys scary stories or believes in the paranormal. I've always been practical, working with my hands, solving real problems. My job as a field technician for Petro North took me to some of the most remote areas across northern Canada, and I'd always prided myself on keeping a level head. But what I saw on Highway 58 in northern Alberta that night in November 2020 has changed me. I can't explain it, can't rationalize it, and sometimes I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about those things. I had been working a 2-week rotation at a remote drilling site about 4 hours north of Fort McMurray. It was my last night before heading home to Edmonton, and I was looking forward to sleeping in my own bed after 14 days of camp accommodations. My supervisor had asked if I could stay an extra day to help with some equipment issues, but I'd promised my girlfriend I'd be home for her birthday, so I declined. Looking back, maybe I should have stayed. I left the work site around 7 in the evening. It was already pitch black. That's northern Canada in late November for you. The sun sets by 4:30, and when it's gone, it's gone. I was driving my company truck, a Ford F-150 with the Petro North logo on the doors. The heater was blasting because it was around -15 outside, and I had my thermos of coffee in the cup holder. Standard stuff for anyone working the oil fields. The roads were clear, no snow yet, just cold and dark. Highway 58 is one of those roads you don't want to break down on. It's a single lane each way, cutting through dense forest and muskeg, with absolutely nothing for stretches of 100 kilometers or more. No houses, no gas stations, not even other industrial sites for vast distances. Just wilderness. I'd driven it dozens of times before, but always during daylight hours. This was actually my first time driving it at night, and I remember thinking how incredibly dark it was. My high beams carved a tunnel of light through absolute blackness. The trees on either side of the road were just silhouettes, and beyond them was nothing but void. The radio kept cutting in and out because of the remoteness, so eventually I just shut it off and drove in silence. Around 9:30, I was about halfway to Fort McMurray, still with a solid 2 hours of driving ahead of me. I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least 45 minutes. The monotony of the drive was getting to me, so I rolled down the window for a moment to let the cold air wake me up. It was brutally cold, but crisp and clean in that way that only northern air can be. I took a few deep breaths, rolled the window back up, and refocused on the road. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. About 100 meters ahead, illuminated by my high beams, was something in the middle of my lane. My first thought was moose. They're common up there, and hitting one at highway speed is often fatal for both the animal and the driver. I immediately hit the brakes, not slamming them, but firmly enough that the ABS engaged. As I got closer, slowing from 100 kilometers per hour down to maybe 40, I realized it wasn't a moose. It wasn't a bear either. It was wrong. It stood about 6 feet tall on 4 legs, approximately the size of a large moose. But that's where any similarity to a normal animal ended. It was completely black. And I don't mean dark brown or even the black of a bear's fur. I mean absolutely, utterly black. It absorbed my headlights without reflecting anything back. No eyes shining in the dark, no hint of fur or skin texture. Just a perfect silhouette, like someone had cut a hole in reality. I brought the truck to a complete stop, about 15 feet away from it. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles had gone white. The thing didn't move. It just stood there. This impossible shape that didn't belong in our world. Then I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. I glanced to the right ditch, and my blood turned to ice. Another identical shape was standing there. Then I looked left. 2 more. I frantically checked my mirrors and saw at least 2 additional shapes behind me. 5 or 6 of these things had surrounded my truck during those few seconds I'd been focused on the one blocking the road. They didn't move like animals. They didn't sniff the air or paw at the ground or make any sounds. They just existed, perfectly still, perfectly black. The longer I stared, the more wrong they felt. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like looking at a glitch in reality. I felt this overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. It wasn't just fear. I've been scared before. This was primal. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to get away. My breath was coming in short gasps, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I've never believed in the supernatural, but in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that these weren't animals. They weren't physical creatures in any sense I could understand. They were absences, places where something had removed pieces of reality. The one in the road shifted slightly. It didn't move like a 4-legged animal should. It was more like watching a shadow change position when a light source moves, except there was no light source to explain it. That broke my paralysis. I yanked the wheel to the left, cutting around the shape in the road, and floored the accelerator. The truck's tires spun on the asphalt before finding grip, and I swerved back into my lane once I was past the thing. I didn't look in my mirrors. I couldn't. I just drove, pushing the truck as fast as I dared on the dark highway, sweating despite the cold. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel steady. For what felt like hours but was probably 20 minutes, I drove like a madman, constantly checking my mirrors to see if those things were following me. I never saw them again that night, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me. I finally reached a gas station in a small town, one of those 24-hour places that caters to long-haul truckers. I pulled in and just sat there for a while, engine running, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The gas station was like an island of normality in the midst of my panic. The fluorescent lights, the clerk behind the counter reading a magazine, a couple of truckers drinking coffee. It all seemed impossibly ordinary after what I'd experienced. I went inside on shaky legs and bought a coffee I didn't need. I must have looked like hell because the clerk asked if I was all right. I mumbled something about being tired and almost hitting a moose. It was easier than trying to explain what I'd actually seen. I sat in my truck for another half hour, sipping the coffee and trying to rationalize what had happened. Sleep deprivation. I'd had a normal night's sleep at camp, and it wasn't even that late. Hallucination? I'd never experienced anything like that before, and I wasn't on any medication. Some strange atmospheric phenomenon. Maybe, but that wouldn't explain the overwhelming sense of dread I'd felt. The rational part of my brain kept trying to come up with explanations, but deep down, I knew I'd encountered something that defied explanation. Something that shouldn't exist in our world. I eventually continued driving to Fort McMurray, checking into a motel instead of pushing on to Edmonton as I'd planned. I couldn't face another minute on those dark highways. I called my girlfriend and made up a story about equipment problems delaying me. I barely slept that night, and when I did, I dreamed of those black shapes standing around my bed, watching me with eyes I couldn't see. The next morning in daylight, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress, exhaustion, and the hypnotic nature of night driving had combined to create a waking nightmare. That's what I told myself. But I know what I saw. The drive back to Edmonton the next day was uneventful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed, that I had glimpsed something I wasn't meant to see. I quit my job with Petro North the following week, making up some excuse about wanting to be closer to home. The truth was, I couldn't face the prospect of driving that highway again, especially at night. I've talked to other oil field workers since then, carefully bringing up strange experiences on northern roads without revealing too much of my own story. Most just laugh it off, but a few got quiet. One guy, an older mechanic who'd worked the fields for 30 years, just nodded and said, "Some things out there don't have names, son." I've researched northern Canadian folklore, indigenous legends, even cryptozoology, trying to find something that matches what I saw. The closest I've come is the concept of Wendigo from Algonquian folklore, but that doesn't quite fit either. What haunts me most isn't just what I saw, but the feeling I had in that moment, that these things were aware of me, that they made a conscious decision to let me pass, that they could have done otherwise. I still drive for work sometimes, but I never take rural roads at night anymore. I've got a different job in the city now, and I've mostly convinced myself that what happened was some kind of waking dream or strange natural phenomenon I don't understand. Mostly, but sometimes when I'm driving home late and pass through a particularly dark stretch of road, I find myself checking my mirrors more often, and sometimes, just for a split second, I think I see something impossibly black moving at the edge of my headlight's reach. I don't know what those things were. I don't know if they're still out there on Highway 58, waiting in the darkness. I don't know if they're spreading, moving south along the highways and forest roads closer to population centers, but I know what I saw that night wasn't of this world, and I know they let me go. I haven't been back to northern Alberta since, and I never will. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts until we moved to Elmwood. My parents were so excited about the house. A steal, they kept saying. a century-old Victorian with gorgeous woodwork, original hardwood floors, and more space than we'd ever had in the city. Mum kept going on about the charm and character, while my dad was already planning where to plant his vegetable garden. My brothers and I were just happy about having our own rooms for the first time. What they didn't emphasize was why it was such a bargain. I was 15 when we moved in during the summer of 1998, and I remember overhearing bits of adult conversations at the realtor's office, words like unfortunate history and full disclosure that made my stomach twist. But my parents brushed it off when I asked, saying old houses always have stories. It wasn't until after we'd signed the papers that our neighbor, Mrs. Hensley, filled us in over the fence. The Carmichaels had been the previous owners, apparently a nice, normal family, until tragedy struck. Their 8-year-old daughter, Lily, had been climbing the massive oak tree in the front yard, lost her grip, fell, and died instantly. Her father couldn't cope with the guilt and grief. About a month after her funeral, he locked himself in his study for 3 days. When they finally broke down the door, he wasn't there. They found him hanging from the oak tree in the backyard the next morning. Mrs. Hensley told us this with a strange mix of gossipy excitement and genuine sadness, while my mother's face got paler and paler. "Just thought you should know, dear," she'd said, patting Mom's arm. "Some people say they can still feel them here, but I'm sure it's nothing." Mom tried to hide how much it bothered her, but I caught her staring at both trees more than once, her eyes distant. The trees couldn't be cut down. Some historical preservation nonsense about them being over 200 years old. The front yard oak was magnificent, with sprawling branches that seemed to hug the sky. The backyard tree, we all just called it the other tree, was completely dead. Not a single leaf, just bare, twisted branches reaching up like bony fingers. My little brother Jake got the room that used to be Mr. Carmichael's study. My parents had renovated most of the house, painting over the dark wood paneling with bright whites and blues, replacing heavy curtains with light, airy ones. But that room, for some reason, they left almost untouched. The built-in bookshelves, the heavy wooden desk, even the oriental rug stayed. They just added Jake's race car bed and toys, which looked bizarrely out of place against the somber backdrop. My older brother Michael's room was directly above mine, but he was away at college most of the time. His window had the best view of the backyard, and that tree. The first few weeks were normal. We were busy unpacking, exploring the town, meeting neighbors. I even made friends with a girl down the street named Amber. But then things started happening. Small things at first, so small you could easily explain them away. Doors would be open that I knew I'd closed, especially Michael's room. I'd walk by and notice the door slightly ajar, even though no one had been in there for weeks. I'd close it, only to find it open again the next day. My mum blamed it on the house settling or drafts. But interior doors don't just swing open from a draft. One afternoon in late September, I was home alone doing homework in the living room. Our 2 golden retrievers, Max and Buddy, were sprawled at my feet when suddenly they both lifted their heads, ears perked. Max let out a low growl, staring toward the hallway. I froze, listening. The house was completely silent. "Hello," I called out, feeling stupid immediately after. No answer, just the ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer. The dogs got up and moved to the front door, whining to go out. It was unusual. They normally loved lounging in the backyard, but lately they'd been reluctant to go out there, sticking to the front yard instead. I let them out front and went back to my homework, but couldn't concentrate. I kept feeling like something was watching me. When I looked up, I swore I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, like someone had just ducked out of sight down the hallway. My heart pounding, I got up to check. The hallway was empty, but Michael's door was wide open again. I stood there, staring at it, when a cold draft washed over me. It was so sudden and localized that goosebumps raised on my arms. The air in that spot felt at least 10 degrees colder than the rest of the hallway. I backed away and decided to wait for my parents on the front porch. That night at dinner, I tried telling them about it. "I think there's something weird about Michael's room," I said, pushing peas around my plate. My dad barely looked up from his pot roast. "Like what, sweetheart?" "The door keeps opening by itself, and today there was this cold spot right outside it." Mom and Dad exchanged one of those parental glances, the kind that communicated entire conversations without words. "Old houses have drafts," Mum said finally, "and uneven floors. Doors swing open if they're not latched properly." Jake, who was 11, piped up, "My room gets cold too sometimes, especially by the desk." Now my parents looked concerned. "We'll have someone check the heating vents," Dad said, but I could tell he was just trying to reassure us. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. The incident in the basement happened about a month after we moved in. I was doing laundry. Mom had finally decided I was old enough to handle washing my own clothes after I turned a load of whites pink for the third time. The basement was unfinished, with exposed beams and a concrete floor, lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. I was sorting whites from colors when I felt something tug at my ear. Not hard, but definitely a tug, like when someone's trying to get your attention. I spun around, expecting to see Jake playing a prank, but there was nobody there, just the washing machine, the old wooden chair where I'd set my laundry basket, and stacks of moving boxes we still hadn't unpacked. "Jake," I called out, my voice echoing against the concrete walls, "this isn't funny." Silence. I turned back to the laundry, my hands shaking slightly. I was just being silly, I told myself. Probably just caught my earring on my hair or something. Then I heard it, a loud crack that made me jump and yelp. I whirled around to see the wooden chair, the one that had been holding my laundry basket, broken clean in half. The basket had tumbled over, spilling my clothes across the floor. The chair looked like someone had taken an axe to it, split right down the middle. But there was no one there. No one at all. I left everything, the clothes, the broken chair, even the running washing machine, and ran upstairs, slamming the door behind me. I was crying by the time I reached the kitchen, where my mum was preparing dinner. "The chair, it just broke. There was no one there," I sobbed, trying to catch my breath. Mum set down her knife and looked at me with concern. "Slow down, honey. What happened?" I told her everything, the tug on my ear, the chair splitting in half. I expected her to dismiss it like she had with the doors, but something in my face must have convinced her I wasn't making it up. "That old chair was probably rotted through," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. "Wood gets brittle with age." "It didn't just collapse, Mom, it split, like something broke it on purpose." She pursed her lips, then surprisingly said, "I'll go check it out with you." We went down together, and sure enough, the chair was broken exactly as I'd left it. Mom examined it, turning over the pieces in her hands. "This is strange," she admitted. "The wood isn't rotted, it's solid oak." She ran her fingers along the break. "It's like it was snapped." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing creaks and groans throughout the house. Normal old house noises, I tried to tell myself, but every sound made me pull the covers tighter around me. Around 3 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps that couldn't belong to Jake or my mom. They stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, staring at the doorknob, certain it was about to turn. But after what felt like forever, the footsteps continued on, heading toward the stairs. I didn't move until morning. At breakfast, I asked if anyone had been up walking around during the night. Everyone shook their heads. "I heard footsteps," I insisted, "right outside my door." "It was probably just the house settling," Dad said. The same explanation for everything. But he looked troubled. Jake spoke up again. "I hear someone walking in my room sometimes, and my toy soldiers keep getting rearranged." Now Mom looked alarmed. "What do you mean rearranged?" I line them up on the desk before bed, but in the morning they're in different positions. Sometimes they're all facing the window that faced the backyard, the dead tree. That afternoon, Amber came over. We were sitting on the front porch swing, drinking lemonade and talking about school, when she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her eyes fixed on something over my shoulder. "Did you know there's a little girl in your front yard?" she asked casually. I turned so fast I spilled lemonade on my shorts. "What? Where?" "Right there by the big tree. She was just standing there watching us, but she's gone now." Amber squinted. "Weird. She was just there." My blood ran cold. "What did she look like?" "Blonde pigtails. Old-fashioned looking dress. Kind of like Little House on the Prairie style, you know?" She laughed. "Maybe you guys have a little neighbor I haven't met." I didn't tell her about Lily Carmichael. I couldn't make my mouth form the words. That night, I couldn't sleep again. Around midnight, I heard a sound from outside that made my skin crawl. Laughter. A child's laughter, high and clear, coming from the front yard. I crept to my window and peered out. The moon was nearly full, casting enough light to see the front yard clearly. There, beneath the sprawling oak, was a small figure in a white dress. She was skipping around the trunk, her blonde pigtails bouncing. As I watched, frozen in horror and fascination, she stopped, looked directly up at my window and waved. I stumbled back, heart racing. When I gathered the courage to look again, she was gone. I didn't tell anyone about seeing her. How could I without sounding crazy? But over the next few weeks, I heard that laughter often, always from the front yard, always at night. Sometimes during the day, too, I'd catch glimpses of movement near that tree, out of the corner of my eye. Never when I looked directly, only in my peripheral vision. A flash of white, a blur of blonde hair. The backyard was different. No laughter there, no playful child. Instead, there was a heaviness in the air, a sense of being watched with malevolence. The dogs refused to go near that dead oak tree, pulling at their leashes and whining if we tried to bring them close. Even the birds avoided it. No nests, no perching, nothing. One evening, I was in the kitchen doing dishes when I glanced out the window and saw a tall, dark shape standing beneath the dead tree. Not a child, a man, tall and thin, his face obscured in shadow. I blinked and he was gone, but the feeling of being watched remained. I started avoiding the backyard altogether. If I needed to go out that way, I'd run, keeping my eyes fixed on the ground, never looking toward that tree. I couldn't explain the dread it filled me with, a cold, sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. Jake was having nightmares. Almost every night, he'd wake up screaming about the man at the desk. My parents would rush in to comfort him, and he'd be sitting up in bed, pointing at the old wooden desk in the corner. "He sits there and watches me," Jake would sob. "He's so sad and angry." My parents talked about selling the house, but the real estate market had taken a downturn. We were stuck, at least for a while. Things escalated on a night when my parents were at a dinner party and I was babysitting Jake. We were watching a movie in the living room when all the lights went out. No storm, no warning, just sudden darkness. "It's okay," I told Jake, feeling for my phone to use as a flashlight. Probably just a circuit breaker. But before I could find it, we heard it. Heavy footsteps coming down the stairs, slow, deliberate steps. Jake grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "He's coming," he whispered. The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see our breath fogging in front of our faces. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and started down the hallway toward the living room. "Run," I told Jake, pulling him off the couch. "Front door now." We scrambled in the dark, knocking into furniture, Jake whimpering beside me. As we reached the foyer, the front door swung open by itself. Standing in the doorway was the silhouette of a small girl. Jake screamed. I froze, caught between two impossibilities. The footsteps behind us stopped. For a moment, Everything was still. Then from outside came that familiar laughter, the little girl's laughter, playful, innocent. The silhouette in the doorway beckoned to us. "She wants us to go outside," Jake whispered. Every instinct told me to grab Jake and run upstairs, lock ourselves in my parents' room and call 911. But the footsteps behind us had started again, closer now, and something about the little girl didn't feel threatening, just sad, lonely. I made a split-second decision. "Come on," I said, pulling Jake toward the door. As we stepped onto the porch, the door slammed shut behind us. The little girl was now by the big oak tree, visible in the moonlight. A real, solid-looking child in an old-fashioned dress, blonde hair in pigtails. She couldn't have been more than 8 years old. "Lily!" I called out, my voice shaking. She nodded, then pointed urgently at the house. From inside came a tremendous crash, like furniture being thrown. The windows rattled. Jake clutched my hand, trembling. "What does she want?" he whispered. "I think she's trying to protect us," I said, the realization dawning on me. "From him." Lily nodded again, her expression solemn. She beckoned us to come closer to the tree, her tree. We stayed outside, huddled on the grass near Lily's tree, until my parents' car pulled into the driveway an hour later. Lily had disappeared the moment their headlights swept across the yard. That night, I told my parents everything about Lily in the front yard, about the man, Mr. Carmichael, I assumed, in the backyard and Jake's room, about the footsteps, the broken chair, all of it. I expected disbelief, even anger. Instead, my mom started crying. "I've seen her too," she admitted, "by the tree. I thought I was imagining things." Dad looked pale. "The temperature changes," he said quietly. "The feeling of being watched in the backyard. I've felt it too." We moved out 3 weeks later, renting an apartment until we could sell the house. It took almost a year to find a buyer, and we sold it at a significant loss. I've driven by it a few times since then. Different families have lived there over the years, but none stay long. I wonder if they feel it too, the division of the property. The front yard with its playful, lonely spirit. The backyard with its oppressive watchfulness. Two tragedies, two ghosts, forever bound to that place. Sometimes I still dream about Lily, standing beneath her tree, waving to me. In my dreams, she's smiling, happy that she saved us from whatever waits in that house. And I wonder if anyone will ever give her the peace she's looking for, or if she's doomed to spend eternity trying to protect others from the darkness that took her father. All I know is that house was never empty, and I don't think it ever will be. Story 16. I still remember the day we pulled into the driveway of our new home in Thornfield. It was the summer of 1993, and I was 14 years old. The house looked like something out of a fairy tale book. This massive stone structure with ivy climbing up the walls, tall windows, and chimneys dotting the roof. My little sister Emma squealed with excitement, while my brother Daniel, who was 16 at the time, tried to act unimpressed. But I caught him smiling when he thought no one was looking. Mom and Dad were so proud. They kept saying how lucky we were to find such an amazing property for the price. Looking back, I should have wondered why it was so cheap. A 5-bedroom house from the 1700s with working fireplaces, original wooden beams, and gardens that seemed to go on forever. It should have cost 3 times what they paid for it. The first few days were a blur of unpacking boxes, arguing over bedrooms, and exploring every nook and cranny of our new home. I chose a room at the front of the house with a window seat where I could read and watch people pass by on the village lane. Daniel picked the largest bedroom besides our parents', and Emma got the cozy room with the sloped ceiling that she said reminded her of Anne of Green Gables. It was about a week after we moved in when Mum first mentioned something odd. We were having breakfast, and she looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes. When Dad asked if she'd slept poorly, she hesitated, then said, "I saw someone in the hallway last night." Dad assumed it was one of us kids, but Mom shook her head. It was a man in old-fashioned clothes, like really old-fashioned. Ruffled collar, those puffy pants they wore centuries ago. He walked right past our bedroom door and disappeared into the wall where the guest room is. Dad laughed it off as a dream, but Mom didn't laugh with him. I remember the way she kept glancing toward the hallway during breakfast, like she expected to see the man again. That was just the beginning. Within 2 weeks, we'd all seen something. For me, it started with black shapes darting at the corners of my vision, like someone quickly ducking behind a door when I entered a room. I'd spin around, heart racing, only to find empty space. I convinced myself it was just shadows or my imagination until Emma mentioned seeing the same thing. "They're like people-shaped shadows," she told me one night as I was helping her brush her hair before bed. "But when you look right at them, they're gone." Then came the murmuring men, as we later called them. The first time I heard them, I thought Dad had left the TV on downstairs. It was around midnight, and I'd gotten up to use the bathroom. As I passed the top of the stairs, I heard what sounded like a news program, low male voices discussing something in serious tones. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence of conversation. I crept halfway down the stairs to tell Dad to turn it down, but as soon as my foot hit the creaky 7th step, the voices stopped abruptly. The downstairs was completely dark. When I flipped on the light, there was no one there, and the TV was off. When I mentioned it to Daniel the next morning, he went pale. "I've been hearing that too," he said. "I thought it was Dad on the phone or something." We started keeping track of the weird occurrences after that. Daniel had it worst. He'd wake up almost every night between 2 and 4 in the morning to find a woman standing at the foot of his bed. He described her as wearing a long dark dress with a white apron and cap, like a maid from Victorian times. She never did anything threatening. She'd just stand there, sometimes with her hands folded in front of her, sometimes holding what looked like a duster or cloth. The first few times, he screamed and our parents came running, but by the time they got there, she was always gone. After about the 5th occurrence, he stopped screaming and just stared back at her until she faded away, which apparently took anywhere from 30 seconds to several minutes. Mom and Dad were concerned, of course. They talked about Daniel having night terrors or sleep paralysis, but that didn't explain why Emma and I both heard the murmuring men, or why Mom kept seeing the Jacobean gentleman in the hallway. It definitely didn't explain the disappearing objects. That was the thing that started to get to me the most. I'd put my hairbrush down on my dresser, turn around to grab something from my closet, and when I turned back, the brush would be gone. Hours or days later, it would turn up somewhere ridiculous, inside a cereal box in the kitchen, or balanced on top of the living room curtain rod, or once, inexplicably, inside Dad's Wellington boot in the mudroom. It wasn't just my things either. Dad's car keys ended up frozen in an ice cube tray in the freezer. Mum's favorite earrings were found nestled in the soil of a houseplant. Daniel's homework appeared neatly stacked on the roof of his car. Each time we'd accuse each other of playing pranks, but the honest confusion on everyone's faces told me it wasn't any of us. The strangest part was that none of it felt threatening, at least not at first. The house had this warm atmosphere despite all the weird happenings. It was like living with a bunch of mischievous but generally friendly roommates that we couldn't see. Mom even started talking to them sometimes, saying things like, "All right, that's enough now," when something went missing, or "good morning" to the empty hallway where she'd seen the gentleman. Then my parents started fighting. I don't know if it was the stress of the mortgage, or the renovation costs that kept mounting, or just that they'd been unhappy for longer than I'd realized. The arguments started small, snippy comments over breakfast, tense silences in the evening, but grew into full-blown shouting matches that would send Emma running into my room in tears. Dad moved into the guest bedroom around Christmas, and by Easter, he'd moved out completely. The divorce papers were filed in June, almost exactly a year after we'd moved in. That's when everything changed. The day after Dad moved his last boxes out, I came home from school to find Mom sitting at the kitchen table, staring into space with red-rimmed eyes. When I asked what was wrong, beyond the obvious, she just shook her head and said, "This house feels different." She was right. That evening, as I climbed the stairs to my bedroom, I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. The upstairs hallway, which had always been one of my favorite parts of the house, with its worn wooden floorboards and quirky angles, suddenly felt oppressive. It was like the air itself had thickened, making it harder to breathe. I felt watched, not in the casual way I'd felt before, like someone was curiously observing our family go about our day, but in a hostile way, like whatever was watching was evaluating me for weaknesses. That night, I heard footsteps outside my bedroom door. Heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots, pacing back and forth. When I finally gathered the courage to open my door, the hallway was empty, but the footsteps immediately started again behind me, following me as I rushed to the bathroom. I didn't sleep at all that night. Emma started having nightmares and would wake up screaming about the angry man who stood in her doorway watching her. Daniel's Victorian maid stopped appearing, but he said he could hear someone breathing beside his bed, so close that he could feel the air moving against his face. Mom tried to keep it together for our sake, but I caught her crying in the kitchen multiple times. When I asked her what was happening, she admitted that she kept hearing a woman sobbing somewhere in the house, heartbreaking wails that would start around 2 in the morning and continue until dawn. She searched the house several times, but never found the source. The object displacement got worse too. It wasn't just small items anymore. We'd come home to find furniture rearranged, chairs stacked on tables, beds turned perpendicular to where they'd been, all the kitchen cabinets opened wide. One evening, about 2 months after Dad left, we were having dinner when every single light in the house went out simultaneously. Not like a power cut, just our house. We could see the neighbors' lights gleaming through the windows. Dad had been the handy one who knew where the fuse box was located, so Mom sent Daniel to the cellar with a flashlight to check it. He was only gone for maybe 2 minutes before he came tearing back upstairs, white as a sheet. The flashlight clutched so tightly in his hand that his knuckles were bloodless. "There's someone down there," he gasped. "A man!" He was just standing in the corner watching me. Mom called the police, who came and searched the entire house, including the cellar. They found no one, and the officer gently suggested that the stress of the divorce was affecting us all. As soon as they left, the lights came back on by themselves. The incident that finally broke us happened on a Tuesday afternoon. I remember because I'd had a math test that day and came home exhausted. Emma was at a friend's house, and Daniel had rugby practice. Mom was in the kitchen making tea when I got home. I dropped my backpack by the door and went to join her. She was standing at the sink, filling the kettle, her back to the kitchen window that looked out over the back garden. I was about to ask how her day had been when I saw her freeze, the color draining from her face as she stared at the window. In the reflection behind her was the tall figure of a man. He seemed to tower over her, at least 7 feet tall, unnaturally thin with long arms that hung down by his sides. He was wearing what looked like a dark suit, but his face was just a blur, like someone had taken an eraser to a photograph. I screamed, and Mom spun around, the kettle clattering into the sink, water splashing everywhere. There was nobody there, of course, but we both saw it in the reflection. That night, Mom called the local vicar. Reverend Thomas had helped us move in when we first arrived and had always been kind to our family. He arrived the next evening with a small leather case and a concerned expression. He didn't make a big production out of it, no dramatic exorcism like in the movies. He just walked from room to room, sprinkling holy water in the corners and reciting prayers in a calm, steady voice. He paid special attention to the hallway, the stairs, Daniel's room, and the cellar. Before he left, he handed Mom a small silver cross and told her to hang it over the front door. Houses like these have long memories, he said. Sometimes they need reminding that times have changed. I don't know if it was the blessing or the cross, or just coincidence, but things did settle down after that. The footsteps stopped. The murmuring men fell silent. The objects mostly stayed where we put them, though Daniel's wallet did end up in the refrigerator once. The oppressive feeling lifted, and the house began to feel spacious and welcoming again. 6 months later, Mom announced that she'd accepted a job offer in Manchester, and we'd be moving. None of us protested. As much as I'd grown to love parts of the house, my window seat, the creaky third stair that we all automatically skipped, the massive kitchen with space for all of us to cook together, I was ready to leave. On our last day, as the moving van pulled away, I stood in the driveway looking back at those windows and could have sworn I saw movement behind the glass. Just a quick shift of shadow in my old bedroom. Maybe it was a reflection of clouds passing overhead, or maybe it was something saying goodbye. Mom sold the house to a young couple with 2 small children. I sometimes wonder if they've heard the murmuring men, or if Daniel's Victorian maid stands watching over their children while they sleep. I wonder if the tall man in the kitchen window has shown himself, or if the Jacobean gentleman still walks the hallway at night. I've never been back to Thornfield, but I still dream about that house sometimes. In my dreams, I'm walking through those familiar rooms, running my hands along the ancient wooden beams, feeling the worn spots on the banister where hundreds of hands have rested before mine, and I'm never alone there. I can feel them watching, not maliciously, just curiously, as if they're as interested in me as I am in them. Sometimes I wake from those dreams with the distinct impression that someone has just whispered in my ear, though I can never remember what they said. Story 17. I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone other than Ryan, but I need to get this off my chest. Even typing this makes my hands shake, and it's been over 12 years now. I've spent too many sleepless nights trying to rationalize what happened in that apartment, and I'm done pretending it was all in my head. Back in January 2011, my fraternity brother Ryan and I were looking for a place off campus. We were both 21, juniors at Cal State Long Beach, and frankly tired of the constant chaos of frat house living. Don't get me wrong, I loved my brothers, but trying to study political science with beer pong tournaments happening down the hall wasn't working anymore. Ryan was in the same boat with his engineering courses, so we decided to get a 2-bedroom apartment in downtown Long Beach. The place was actually a steal, about $1,500 a month split between us for a decent 2-bedroom in an older building just a few miles from campus. The landlord seemed eager to rent it, which should have been our first red flag. But we were excited about having our own space, so we signed the lease without hesitation. January 15th, we moved in with the help of some fraternity brothers, and that first night, everything seemed fine. Just normal apartment stuff. Creaky floors, thin walls, but nothing alarming. The problems started immediately the next day when I woke up to Ryan yelling from the hallway. The water heater had somehow opened its emergency pressure valve and flooded part of the hallway outside the utility closet. We called maintenance, and some older guy came up, fixed it, and made some comment about how this one's always acting up. I asked if it happened a lot, and he just shrugged and said the previous tenants had complained about it a few times. At the time, I didn't think much of it. Just an old building with old pipes, right? About 2 weeks later, I was coming back from a 3-hour lecture. It was around 6 in the evening, already dark outside since it was winter, As I approached our building, I noticed someone on our second-floor balcony waving frantically. It was Ryan, and he looked pissed. When I got upstairs, Ryan was still out there, shivering. He'd been locked out on the balcony for over 6 hours. He told me he'd just stepped out for a quick cigarette after lunch, and the sliding door had locked behind him. The thing is, our balcony door didn't have an automatic lock. You had to physically flip the latch to lock it, and Ryan swore he hadn't done that. His phone was inside charging, so he couldn't call anyone. He'd been yelling for help, but our apartment faced the back of the building where there wasn't much foot traffic. I remember joking that maybe he was just absent-minded and locked it himself, but he got really serious and said, "Chris, I did not lock that fucking door." I believed him because Ryan isn't the type to make stuff up or be careless like that. After that incident, we started noticing small things. The shower would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. We'd find cabinet doors open in the kitchen that we were sure we'd closed. Sometimes all the faucets would be dripping simultaneously when we got home. We'd joke about having a ghost roommate, but neither of us really believed in that stuff yet. Then came the night in early February that changed everything for me. I was alone in the apartment, working on a paper around midnight. Ryan was staying at his girlfriend's place. I remember feeling unusually cold, despite wearing a hoodie, so I cranked up the heat. As I sat at my desk, I suddenly felt this pressure, like the air had become dense and was pushing against me from all sides. The hair on my arms stood up, and I had this overwhelming sense that something was watching me. I tried to shake it off as late-night paranoia, but then my bedroom door, which was slightly ajar, started to move. Not swing open or closed, but bounce, like someone was tapping it rhythmically. There was no draft. All the windows were closed. It moved back and forth about an inch each way, steady like a metronome. I called out, "Hello?" like an idiot in a horror movie, but obviously no one answered. The bouncing stopped, and I convinced myself it was just the building settling or something. But then I heard, or rather felt, thoughts that weren't mine. It's so hard to explain this part without sounding completely insane. It was like someone whispering directly into my brain, but I couldn't make out the words. Just this sense of malevolent presence communicating something I couldn't understand. The feeling was so intense and alien that I grabbed my laptop and keys and ran out of the apartment. I spent the night in the 24-hour campus library. When Ryan came back the next day, I told him what happened. He was skeptical, but admitted he'd been feeling uncomfortable in the apartment too, especially when he was alone. We agreed to stick together more often, but things got much worse in March. Ryan had stepped out onto the balcony again for a smoke, though this time he wedged a shoe in the door. I was at class. He texted me frantically around 2 in the afternoon. "Come home now." When I got there, Ryan was sitting on the couch, pale and shaking. The balcony door was wide open. The shoe he'd used to prop it had been thrown across the room. But that wasn't what had terrified him. While he was outside, he heard crashes coming from his bedroom. He said he watched through the balcony door as his things started flying around his room. His desk chair flipped over, books flew off shelves, his laptop slammed against the wall. All while no one was in there. I thought he was messing with me until I saw his room. It was completely trashed. Everything was scattered. His mattress was half off the bed frame, posters torn from walls. It looked like someone had ransacked it looking for something, except Ryan had been watching the whole time from outside, and no one had gone in or out. That night, we slept in the living room with all the lights on. Neither of us wanted to admit how scared we were, but we both felt it. Something was in that apartment with us, and it was getting bolder. Sleep became nearly impossible for me after that. I'd lie in bed and hear footsteps approaching from the hallway that would stop right at my door. My doorknob would rattle violently like someone was trying to get in. Several times I heard this low, guttural growling coming from the corner of my room. Not like a dog, deeper and more human, but not quite. When I'd turn on the lights, nothing would be there, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. By April, my grades were tanking. I was sleeping maybe 2 or 3 hours a night, if at all. I started crashing at fraternity brothers' places or in the library, making excuses about needing to study late. I couldn't focus in class because I was so exhausted and constantly thinking about what might be happening back at the apartment. One night, when I couldn't find anywhere else to stay, I came back to the apartment around 11. Ryan was already asleep in his room. Somehow he could still sleep there, though he admitted to taking sleeping pills. I sat at our kitchen counter trying to study when my MacBook charger, which was plugged into the wall, started moving. Not just shifting slightly, it was writhing on the floor like it was alive. The rubber cord was twisting and curling in on itself like a snake. I filmed it on my phone because I knew no one would believe me. But when I watched the video back later, you could only see the charger lying still on the ground. It was like whatever this thing was couldn't be captured on camera. Another time, a champagne bottle we had on the kitchen counter, left over from a party, slid from one end of the counter to the other, right in front of me and Ryan. We both saw it. There was no slope, no water underneath it, nothing that could explain it. It moved smoothly, like it was being pushed by an invisible hand. The final straw came in late April. I was trying to sleep after pulling an all-nighter for a midterm. I was beyond exhausted. Around 3 in the afternoon, I felt my bed shake. Not like an earthquake, more like someone was under my bed, pushing up against the mattress. Then my blanket started slowly pulling down toward the foot of the bed. I grabbed it, and there was actual resistance, like someone was playing tug-of-war with me. I shouted for Ryan, and as soon as he opened my door, whatever was happening stopped. But I was done. I couldn't take it anymore. My mental health was completely shot. I told Ryan we needed to leave, and for once, he didn't argue. We talked to the landlord the next day about breaking our lease, making up some excuse about having to move closer to campus. The strangest part was his reaction. He didn't seem surprised or even upset. He just nodded and said, "I understand." No questions about our reasons, no attempt to keep us there. He even returned our full security deposit without inspecting the place, which never happens in California. It was like he knew exactly why we were leaving. We moved out the first week of May, barely 3.5 months after moving in. We never did any research on the building's history. Part of me didn't want to know. I was just relieved to be out of there. For months afterward, I had nightmares about that place. Sometimes I still do. In the dreams, I'm back in that apartment, but all the rooms are wrong, longer than they should be, doors where there weren't any before. And something is always coming down the hallway toward my room, something I can feel but never see. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Carbon monoxide poisoning, mass hysteria between Ryan and me, stress hallucinations. I've considered it all, but none of those explanations account for everything we experienced. The objects moving, the door locking itself, the voices in my head. Ryan and I don't talk about it much anymore. He transferred to UC San Diego the following semester, and I think part of the reason was to get farther away from Long Beach and those memories. The last time we discussed it, he told me he still sleeps with the lights on sometimes. I haven't been back to that building since we left. I don't know who lives in that apartment now, or if they're experiencing the same things we did. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I even say? Hey, there's something living in your apartment that isn't human? They'd think I was crazy. Whatever was in that apartment, it wasn't just passing through. It lived there. It had claimed that space as its own, and we were the intruders. I don't know what it was or what it wanted from us. All I know is that those 4 months changed how I see the world. There are things that exist alongside us that we don't understand and can't explain. Things that can reach out and touch our lives in terrifying ways. I still can't sleep in complete darkness anymore, and I never ever ignore that feeling of being watched. Because sometimes you really aren't alone. Story 18. I've never been the kind of person who believed in ghosts. Sure, I loved a good horror movie, but I'd always roll my eyes whenever friends would talk about their so-called paranormal experiences. I was the skeptic in the group, the one who'd find logical explanations for every bump in the night. That changed during the summer of 2018, and I still haven't fully processed what happened that day at Victoria Manor. I'd been working as a tour guide at the manor for almost 3 years by that point. Victoria Manor is this massive Victorian mansion in Hartford, Connecticut, built in the late 1800s by Edwin Blackwood, some wealthy industrialist who made his fortune in textiles. The place is stunning, 3 stories of intricate woodwork, stained glass windows, and period furniture that makes history buffs drool. It's also supposedly one of the most haunted buildings in New England, which is why our tours were always packed with ghost hunters and thrill seekers. The haunting stories centered around Edwin's wife, Martha, who died giving birth to their daughter, Elizabeth. The baby only lived for 6 weeks before passing away herself. Edwin was devastated, became a recluse, and eventually died alone in his bedroom in 1912. According to local legend, his spirit never left the house. Tourists would constantly claim they felt cold spots, heard crying, or even glimpsed a figure in Victorian clothing watching them from the top of the grand staircase. I knew all the stories by heart and delivered them with enough theatrical flair to satisfy the paying customers, but I never actually believed any of it. The manor had its quirks. Old houses always do. Floors that creak for no reason, doors that don't quite shut right, weird drafts that seem to come from nowhere, but ghosts, please. I figured the paranormal activity that supposedly increased between June and mid-July, coinciding with little Elizabeth's brief life, was just people's imaginations running wild after I'd filled their heads with ghost stories. That day in late July started like any other. It was a Tuesday, which meant fewer tourists. Summer was usually our busy season, but for whatever reason that particular Tuesday was dead. We had only one small tour in the morning and nothing scheduled for the afternoon. My supervisor told me and Jessica, the new guide who'd started just 2 weeks earlier, to use the downtime to clean some of the rooms that needed attention. Jessica was still learning the ropes. She was maybe 22, fresh out of college with a history degree, and way too enthusiastic about Victorian architecture. I liked her, though. She wasn't like some of the other guides who played up the ghost angle to an annoying degree. She seemed genuinely interested in the actual history of the place. "Hey, have you been in the dead room yet?" I asked her around 2 in the afternoon. She raised her eyebrows. "The what?" "Edwin's bedroom, where he died. We call it the dead room." I grinned. "It needs dusting, and I could use some company." Jessica shrugged. "Sure, lead the way." I grabbed our cleaning supplies, and we headed up to the 2nd floor. The manor was eerily quiet that day. Usually there's at least some ambient noise. Other guides talking, visitors shuffling through the hallways, the old radiators clanking. But that day, it felt like the building was holding its breath. Edwin's bedroom, the dead room, was at the end of the main hallway. It was one of my favorite rooms in the house, not because of its morbid history, but because it had been perfectly preserved. The massive 4-poster bed with its dark mahogany frame, the writing desk by the window where Edwin supposedly spent his final years penning letters that were never sent, the Persian rug that still held its rich colors despite being over a century old. I unlocked the velvet rope that blocked off the room from visitors and gestured for Jessica to enter. "Welcome to where the magic happens," I joked, setting down our cleaning supplies. Or where the death happened, I guess. Jessica walked in slowly, taking everything in. "Wow, it's so intact, like he just stepped out for a moment." "Yeah, that's what makes this place special. The Blackwood Foundation has done an amazing job preserving everything." I pulled on a pair of cotton gloves and handed a pair to Jessica. "We have to wear these when handling anything. Some of this stuff is irreplaceable." For the next 20 minutes or so, I gave Jessica an unofficial tour of the room, pointing out details tourists don't usually get to see: the hidden compartment in Edwin's desk where we found a stack of unsent letters to his dead wife, the watercolor painting of Martha that hung on the wall facing the bed, so it would be the first thing Edwin saw when he woke up, the beautiful crystal cologne bottles on the dresser that still contained traces of Edwin's scent. "You know what's really cool?" I said, walking over to the bedside table. "This picture frame." I pointed to a small silver frame containing a sepia photograph of Martha holding baby Elizabeth. It's actually a scent sachet, Victorian-era air freshener. I carefully picked it up to show her. "See the back? There's a little compartment where they'd put rose petals or lavender. Edwin apparently kept it filled with roses because they were Martha's favorite." Jessica leaned in, fascinated. "That's incredible. Is it still functional?" "Nah, it's empty now. We don't add anything to it for preservation reasons." I carefully placed it back exactly where it had been. "Okay, let's get cleaning. You want to take the dresser and wardrobe? I'll do the bed area and desk." We split up the room and got to work. The cleaning was detail-oriented and tedious, using special cloths and preservation-safe products to remove dust without damaging anything. I was carefully dusting around the bedside table when I heard Jessica talking softly from across the room. "Sorry for disturbing your things, Mr. Blackwood. Just doing a bit of cleaning." I glanced over at her. She was carefully moving objects on top of the chest of drawers, dusting underneath them and replacing them exactly as they were. I smiled. "Making friends with the resident ghost?" Jessica looked embarrassed. "Force of habit. My grandmother taught me to always acknowledge the spirits when you're in their space. Not that I actually believe." And that's when it happened. In the space between us, the empty air in the middle of the room, the smell of roses suddenly materialized. Not a hint, not a whiff, but an overwhelming, suffocating wall of fragrance. It was as if someone had shoved an entire bouquet directly into my face. The scent was so intense, my eyes started watering immediately. I froze. Jessica froze too, the dusting cloth still in her hand. Our eyes met across the room, and I knew instantly she was experiencing the same thing. "Do you—" I couldn't even finish my sentence. "Roses," she whispered, her face pale. "Oh my God!" The scent wasn't coming from anywhere near the picture frame I had just shown her. It was concentrated in the empty space between us, forming an invisible pillar of fragrance where absolutely nothing and no one stood. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every hair on my body stood on end. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 20 degrees in an instant. "Is there a window open?" Jessica's voice trembled. "Maybe someone's gardening." We both knew that was impossible. The windows in this room had been sealed shut decades ago to protect the furnishings, and there weren't any rose gardens nearby. The Manners Gardens were on the opposite side of the property. The scent grew even stronger, if that was possible. It wasn't pleasant anymore. It was suffocating, intrusive, deliberate, like someone was trying to communicate through this overwhelming sensory assault. "We should go," I managed to say, but I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were made of concrete. The cleaning cloth I'd been holding slipped from my fingers and fell to the floor, making barely a sound on the thick carpet. But that tiny noise broke whatever spell had frozen us in place. Jessica backed away toward the door, never taking her eyes off the center of the room where the invisible scent pillar stood. "Something's here with us," she whispered. I wanted to tell her she was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation, but I couldn't form the words, because I felt it too, a presence, a consciousness, something watching us with intent. The door to the bedroom, which we'd left wide open, suddenly slammed shut with such force that one of the picture frames on the nearby wall fell to the floor, its glass shattering. That was all it took. We both bolted for the door at the same time, practically tripping over each other. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grab the doorknob. When I finally yanked it open, we spilled out into the hallway like survivors escaping a sinking ship, gasping for air that didn't smell like roses. What the fuck was that? Jessica's voice was almost unrecognizable, high-pitched with panic. I couldn't answer. My brain was desperately trying to find a rational explanation. A hidden scent dispenser activated by motion. Some kind of prank played by another staff member. A weird atmospheric phenomenon that concentrated garden scents from miles away. But I knew better. The rose scent hadn't simply filled the room. It had formed in a specific spot, in the space between us, as if someone unseen was standing there. We practically ran down the stairs to the staff room, where my supervisor, Marge, was going through attendance records. "What's wrong with you two?" she asked, looking up from her paperwork. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Then she laughed at her own joke. I tried to explain what had happened, but it came out as a jumbled mess. Jessica wasn't any more coherent. Marge's amusement quickly turned to concern. "Sit down, both of you, drink some water." After we calmed down enough to speak in complete sentences, we told her what had happened. I expected her to laugh it off or tell us we were overreacting to some normal house quirk. Instead, she got very quiet. Then she said something I'll never forget. "It was the anniversary yesterday." "What anniversary?" Jessica asked. "July 30th, the day Martha died giving birth to Elizabeth." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the building's air conditioning. I hadn't made that connection. "But why roses?" I asked. "And why today, not yesterday?" Marge shrugged. "Martha loved roses. Edwin planted a whole garden of them for her when they got married, and time might not mean the same thing to whatever's left behind." I couldn't believe Marge. Practical, no-nonsense Marge, who'd been giving tours for 20 years, was talking like this was a normal occurrence. "Has this happened before?" Jessica asked. "The rose smell." "Not exactly like you described," Marge admitted. "We've had visitors claim they smelled roses in different parts of the house over the years. One of our overnight security guards quit last year because he said he kept smelling roses following him through the hallways." I shook my head. "Why didn't you ever tell me this? You never seemed interested in the ghost stories, Ellie. You always made it clear you thought it was all nonsense." She was right. I'd always been vocal about my skepticism. We finished out the day on shaky legs, both jumping at every creak and shadow. Jessica and I avoided talking about what happened, as if putting it into words might somehow make it more real. When my shift ended, I practically ran to my car. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that moment in the dead room. The way the scent had appeared from nowhere, concentrated in empty space. The absolute certainty I felt that we weren't alone. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined an invisible figure standing there watching us, trying to communicate in the only way it could. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. On the third day, I drove to Victoria Manor, not for my shift, but to hand in my resignation. I couldn't set foot in that building again. Jessica quit too, I later heard. It's been over 4 years since that day, and I still can't handle the smell of roses. My boyfriend brought me a bouquet for Valentine's Day last year, and I had a full-blown panic attack. He thought I was allergic. I didn't correct him. It's easier than trying to explain what really happened. I don't doubt anymore. I don't roll my eyes when people talk about ghostly encounters or paranormal experiences. I know there are things in this world we can't explain, things that exist just beyond the edge of what we can understand. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder about Edwin and Martha Blackwood. Was it her, trying to reach out from whatever comes after this life? Was it him, still wandering the halls of the home he shared with his beloved wife? Or was it something else entirely, something that just wears the scent of roses like a disguise? I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never set foot in Victoria Manor again. And if you ever visit and find yourself in the dead room, in Edwin's perfectly preserved bedroom, and you happen to catch the faintest whiff of roses, my advice is to get out immediately. Because whatever is there, whatever hangs in that space between worlds, it knows you're there. And it wants you to know it's there too. Story 19. I've been hesitant to talk about this for a long time. It happened about 7 years ago when I was 14, but the memory is still so vivid it could have been yesterday. My family is from San Lorenzo, a small town in the Philippines where everyone pretty much knows everyone else's business. I was visiting my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, at her old house on the outskirts of town. Looking back, I should have known something wasn't right from the moment we arrived. The house itself wasn't particularly scary during daylight hours, just an old Filipino home built in that traditional style with lots of wood and a metal roof. But something about it just felt off. My mum had mentioned casually that this was where my grandfather had died of a heart attack years before I was born. I guess she thought I was old enough to handle that information, but it planted a seed in my mind that I couldn't shake. When we got there, my great-aunt welcomed us warmly enough. She was in her 70s, always wearing those floral house dresses and moving slowly with a cane. The inside of the house was what really started making me uncomfortable. Every wall, and I mean every wall, had these framed photographs of deceased relatives. Not just recent ones either. There were faded sepia photos from what looked like the early 1900s, black and white portraits from mid-century, and more recent color photos of relatives who had passed. My great-aunt had this thing about keeping the memory of the dead alive. She would point to each photo and tell me their name, how they died, and some random fact about them. That's your great-great-uncle Ramon. Died of tuberculosis in 1938. He could play the guitar beautifully. Or that's your second cousin Marina. She drowned in 1976. She made the best bibinka in the province. After a while, it felt like the eyes in those photographs were following me. I kept catching glimpses of them in my peripheral vision as I moved through the house. My mom seemed totally unbothered by it all. This was normal to her, the Filipino way of honoring ancestors. But for a 14-year-old kid who grew up in a more modern household, it was seriously creepy. Our sleeping arrangements didn't help either. I was given a thin mattress on the floor of what my great-aunt called the family room, which basically meant another room full of dead people's photos and religious statues. There must have been at least 15 different saints staring down at me from the top of a massive wooden dresser. St. Francis, St. Anthony, the Virgin Mary, and so many others I didn't recognize, all with those intense, painted-on eyes. My mom and grandmother were sleeping in the main bedroom with my great-aunt, while I was alone in this room with just a small lamp on a side table. I remember lying there unable to sleep, listening to the unfamiliar night sounds of rural Philippines. Geckos chirping on the walls, the occasional dog barking in the distance, and the relentless buzzing of insects outside. I must have drifted off eventually because I woke up around 4 in the morning needing to pee badly. The house was dead silent except for the faint snoring coming from the other room. Now, I should mention that my great-aunt's house had indoor plumbing, but the bathroom was in this weird spot, kind of like a mini addition built onto the side of the house. You had to go through this short hallway past the kitchen to get there. When I got up, my grandmother must have heard me moving around. She came out and whispered that I should just use the arenola, this ceramic chamber pot they kept under the bed for nighttime use. I'd seen it earlier, and the thought of peeing in a pot in a room with 3 elderly women was not happening. I whispered back that I'd rather use the actual bathroom. She looked concerned, but nodded and went back to bed. So there I was, barefoot in shorts and a t-shirt, making my way through the dark house with just the dim light of the moon coming through the windows. I didn't want to turn on lights and wake everyone up completely. I knew my way well enough. Down the short hallway, past the kitchen, and then to the bathroom door. The bathroom door was at the end of this mini hallway, but there was also a side door right next to it that led outside to the front yard. This side door was one of those split ones. The top and bottom could open separately. For some reason, the top half was open, letting in the night air and moonlight. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe someone had opened it earlier to let the bathroom air out or something. I glanced outside through the open half door as I approached the bathroom, and that's when I saw it. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. There, next to this big mango tree in the front yard, was a woman. But not a normal woman. She was wearing this long white dress that seemed to glow in the moonlight, and her hair, God, her hair was impossibly long, reaching past her knees. She wasn't standing on the ground. She was floating maybe a foot above it. Her face was turned away from me, thank God, but something about the way she was positioned made it clear she was aware of the house, aware of me. I froze completely. My whole body went cold, and I could feel my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. For what felt like forever, I just stood there, unable to move, unable to even blink. Then, and this is what still haunts me, she started to turn. Slowly, so slowly, she began rotating in my direction. And as she turned, she also started drifting toward the house, toward me. I don't know how I managed to move, but suddenly I found myself lunging for the bathroom door. I practically fell inside, not even fully closing the door behind me because I was afraid of making noise. I left it slightly ajar, thinking crazily that I needed an escape route if she came in after me. The bathroom was tiny, just a toilet, a small sink, and a shower area with a bucket and dipper, the traditional Filipino way of bathing. There was a small window high on the wall, but it was too small for me to fit through if I needed to escape. The whole time I was in there, I kept imagining her floating up to the half-open side door, her face finally turning fully toward me, pushing open the bathroom door with some invisible force. I peed as quickly as I could, not even caring about the noise. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pull my shorts back up. I didn't wash my hands or flush. I wasn't spending one extra second in that bathroom. When I finished, I turned off the bathroom light and peered through the crack in the door. The hallway was still dark, and I couldn't see outside through the half door anymore from that angle. I took a deep breath and ran. I just sprinted out of that bathroom, down the mini hallway, through the kitchen and back to my mattress. I didn't look back once. I was too terrified of what I might see. I dove under my thin blanket and curled up into a ball, my back against the wall, facing the room. Now all those saints on the dresser that had creeped me out earlier seemed like my only protection. I stared at them, silently begging them to keep me safe. Every sound made me jump. The house settling, the wind outside, even my own breathing sounded alien and threatening. I kept expecting to see her drift through the doorway into the family room any moment. My eyes kept playing tricks on me in the darkness. The curtains moving slightly from the breeze looked like flowing white fabric. The shadow of a coat hanging on the door resembled a human figure. I was too scared to close my eyes, certain that the moment I did, she would appear before me. The worst part was not knowing who or what she was. In Filipino culture, we have all these different types of supernatural beings. Was she a white lady, a common Filipino ghost, a mangkukulam, witch, or maybe even a tiyanak, a demon that takes the form of a child? Whatever she was, she didn't feel human. There was something fundamentally wrong about the way she moved, the way she floated. As time crept by, the sky outside slowly began to lighten. I watched the darkness gradually recede, never taking my eyes off the doorway. When the first rays of sunlight finally filtered through the windows, I felt the tension in my body ease just slightly. Everyone knows spirits are strongest at night, especially around 3 or 4 in the morning. the complete opposite of noon when the sun is highest. When my mom and grandmother finally woke up around 6, I was still wide awake, huddled against the wall. My mom immediately noticed something was wrong. Apparently, I looked terrible, pale, and with dark circles under my eyes. When I tried to tell her what happened, my voice was shaking so badly I could hardly get the words out. I'll never forget her reaction. Instead of dismissing it or telling me it was just my imagination, she exchanged this quick, knowing look with my grandmother. They didn't seem surprised. My grandmother sat next to me and asked exactly what I'd seen. When I described the floating woman in white with the long black hair, she nodded, as if I'd confirmed something she already knew. "That's why we wanted you to use the Aranola," she said quietly. "The yard isn't safe at night." That's when my great-aunt shuffled into the room and asked what was happening. My grandmother explained in rapid Tagalog, too fast for my limited understanding, but I caught a few words: multo, ghost, and babae sa puno, woman by the tree. My great-aunt's face changed, her usual friendly expression hardening into something more serious. She came over to me and took my hands in hers. Her skin felt like paper, thin and dry. "Many have seen her," she said simply. "She doesn't come inside. She can't. The saints protect us." I wanted to ask more questions. Who was she? Why was she there? Had she been there when my grandfather died? But something in their expression stopped me. This wasn't something they wanted to discuss further. It was just a fact of life for them, like the weather or the roosters crowing at dawn. We left later that morning, much to my relief. As we drove away, I looked back at the house growing smaller in the distance. In the daylight, it looked so ordinary, just an old Filipino home with a metal roof and a mango tree in the yard. No one would ever guess what lurked there after dark. I've never stayed at my great-aunt's house again. When family gatherings happen there, I make excuses to leave before sunset. My relatives don't question it, they understand. Sometimes I catch my grandmother watching me with this sad, knowing look in her eyes. I think she feels guilty for exposing me to whatever presence inhabits that place. It's been 7 years, but I still have nightmares about that woman by the tree. In the dreams, she always manages to turn completely around, but I always wake up just before I see her face. Maybe that's a mercy. Some things once seen can never be unseen. The logical part of my mind has tried to explain it away. A trick of the moonlight. My imagination heightened by all those photos of dead relatives, the stories of my grandfather dying in that house. But deep down, I know what I saw was real. Whatever was floating by that mango tree that night wasn't human, and it was aware of me. I've researched Filipino folklore extensively since then, trying to understand what I encountered. The closest match seems to be a white lady, the spirit of a woman who died tragically and can't move on. But none of the descriptions quite match what I saw. The way she floated, the unnatural length of her hair, the sense of ancient malevolence that radiated from her. It was something older and darker than the typical ghost stories. To this day, I can't look at mango trees without feeling a chill run down my spine. I can't sleep in unfamiliar houses without checking all the doors and windows twice. And I absolutely refuse to look outside any window between 3 and 5 in the morning. Some things follow you, even when you've put thousands of miles between yourself and them. Some memories never fade, no matter how much you wish they would. I don't know who or what that woman by the tree was, but sometimes, in that space between waking and sleeping, I swear I can feel her still watching me, waiting for me to look outside at night just one more time. Story 20. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I think I'm finally ready to talk about what happened to us when I was 12. Maybe typing this out will help me process it, or maybe someone here has had similar experiences and can tell me I'm not crazy. Because even after all these years, I still question what really happened in that house in Melbourne. My parents had recently separated, and my mum moved us to this suburban house that seemed perfectly normal on the outside. Just me, my mum, my older brother Jake, and my younger sister Emma. The house wasn't anything special. 3 bedrooms, a decent backyard, and a kitchen that had probably been renovated sometime in the early 2000s. Nothing about it screamed haunted or stay away. It was just a house, or so we thought. For the first year and a half, everything was completely normal. We were just trying to get used to our new life, new school, new routines. I remember being more concerned about making friends and dealing with my parents' divorce than anything supernatural. Looking back now, I think that's why none of us noticed anything at first. We were all wrapped up in our own stuff, you know. But then things started happening, small things at first, so small that we dismissed them. For me, it wasn't too bad. I'd sometimes be home alone after school, waiting for Mum to get back from work, when I'd hear distinct footsteps coming from her bedroom. The first few times, I thought maybe Jake had come home early, or Emma had gotten a ride from a friend's parent. "Hello," I'd call out, but no one would answer. I'd check every room in the house, my heart racing, only to find it completely empty. The footsteps sounded so real, heavy enough to make the floorboards creak in that particular way that you just can't mistake for anything else. They weren't random creaks that houses sometimes make. These were deliberate steps, like someone pacing back and forth. I remember one night, I had my friend Liam over for a sleepover. We were playing video games in my room pretty late, probably around 11 at night. Everyone else was asleep. Liam paused the game suddenly and asked, "Who's that?" He was looking toward my doorway. I turned and saw this. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't a full apparition like you see in movies. It was more like a wispy, human-shaped collection of light or mist, just hovering there for a second before it disappeared. I felt cold all over, but tried to brush it off. "Probably just my eyes playing tricks on me," I said, trying to sound calm, but Liam looked really freaked out. "Dude, I saw it too, like a person made of smoke." We both tried to laugh it off, but we ended up staying awake nearly all night, too scared to sleep. The weirdest part was that Liam never wanted to stay over again after that. He always invited me to his place instead. The last week before we moved out was when things really intensified for me. I'd be trying to fall asleep when I'd hear the moving boxes we had stacked in the living room sliding across the floor and crashing into each other. The sounds were unmistakable. Cardboard scraping against carpet, the hollow thump of empty boxes falling over, the rustling of packing tape. The first night it happened, I was paralyzed with fear. I couldn't make myself get up to check. I just lay there, my blanket pulled up to my chin, my whole body rigid. The sounds went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, when I finally gathered my courage and turned over in bed, everything stopped instantly. Like whatever was making the noise knew I was about to investigate. In the morning, I rushed to the living room, expecting to see boxes scattered everywhere, but they were stacked exactly as we'd left them. This happened 3 nights in a row. By the 3rd night, I was sleeping with my headphones on, trying to drown out the sounds. My mum had it much worse. She started mentioning weird occurrences about a year after we moved in. There was this painting in her room. Nothing special, just a landscape she'd picked up at a garage sale. It kept falling off the wall. Now, that might not sound like much, but it wasn't just that it fell. It was how it fell. "It doesn't just crash to the ground like you'd expect," she told us one morning over breakfast, dark circles under her eyes. "It falls, but then lands perfectly upright against the wall. Every single time. I've checked the hook, I've checked the frame. There's no reason for it to fall, and definitely no way it should land standing up like that." After the 5th or 6th time, she took the painting down and put it in the garage. That night she woke up to the sound of all her coat hangers flying out of her closet at once. She said it sounded like someone had swept their arm across the rail and knocked them all to the floor. When she turned on the light, hangers were scattered all over her bedroom floor. But the thing that scared Mum the most was the feeling of someone sitting on her bed. She'd be half asleep and feel the mattress depress beside her, like someone was sitting down. She'd feel the blanket tug slightly. The first few times she thought it was Emma coming in after a bad dream. She'd reach out, still groggy, saying, "What's wrong, sweetie?" But no one was there. After a while, she started sleeping with her back against the wall, so no one, nothing, could sit behind her. She also said she constantly felt like someone was walking right behind her in the hallway. Not just a vague feeling, but the distinct sensation of someone following so closely that she could feel their breath on the back of her neck. She'd whirl around, heart pounding, only to find empty space. It got to the point where she'd press herself against the wall when walking down the hallway, just to make sure nothing could get behind her. My brother Jake's room was closest to the kitchen, and he'd hear pots and pans moving around at about 5 in the morning almost every day. At first, he assumed it was Mum getting an early start on breakfast, but when he'd go to check, the kitchen would be empty, and everything would be exactly where it had been the night before. One weekend, Mum took Emma shopping, and I was at a friend's house. Jake was home alone, playing games on his computer with headphones on. He said he felt a sudden chill in the room, so intense that he could see his breath. Then the hallway light turned on. He could see the glow under his door, and he watched as a shadow passed across that sliver of light. He ripped his headphones off and called out, thinking one of us had come home early. Silence. He searched every room in the house and found all the doors and windows locked from the inside. After that, Jake started spending most nights at friends' houses. When he did sleep at home, he'd push his dresser in front of his door, but it was my little sister Emma, only 8 at the time, who had the worst experiences. One night, Mum told Emma to brush her teeth in the ensuite bathroom connected to Mum's bedroom because our other bathroom was being repainted. Emma went in, and less than a minute later, she came running out, toothbrush still in hand, toothpaste foaming at her mouth. "There's someone sitting on your bed," she told Mum, her voice shaking. Mum went to check and found the bedroom empty, but Emma refused to go back in there. She spat her toothpaste into the kitchen sink and wouldn't go near Mum's room for days afterward. Then Emma started having trouble sleeping. She'd come into my room in the middle of the night, shaking me awake, tears streaming down her face. "There's a man in my doorway," she'd whisper. "A really, really tall black man." At first, we thought she was just having nightmares, but it kept happening, and her descriptions were always consistent. She said it wasn't like a normal person. It was unnaturally tall, its head almost touching the top of the doorframe, and completely black. Not like skin, but like it was made of darkness. Sometimes it would just stand there, watching her. Other times, she said it would actually come into her room and stand at the foot of her bed. One morning over breakfast, Emma was unusually quiet. She looked exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. When Mum asked what was wrong, Emma just pushed her cereal bowl away and said, "It sat on my bed last night. It sat there for a long time, watching me. I pretended to be asleep, but I could feel it looking at me." That was when Mum decided we needed to move. We'd been planning to eventually anyway. The house was only temporary after the divorce, but she started actively looking that day. It took about 3 months to find a new place and get everything sorted, and those were the longest 3 months of my life. When we finally moved out, we were all relieved. On our last day in the house, I remember feeling an overwhelming sense of being watched as I carried the last of my boxes to the car. The house felt different somehow, like it knew we were leaving and wasn't happy about it. About a week after we moved, Mum called the real estate agent just out of curiosity. She asked if there had been any reports of strange occurrences in the house from previous tenants. The agent hesitated for a moment before saying no reports at all. But something in his voice didn't sound right. He was too quick to change the subject, asking about how we were settling into the new place. None of us believe him. There's no way we all experience those things without there being something seriously wrong with that house. Sometimes I wonder about the people who moved in after us, if they're experiencing the same things, or if whatever was there attached itself to us somehow. It's been years now, but I still sometimes jerk awake in the middle of the night, convinced I've heard those footsteps again. Emma still refuses to sleep with her door open. Jake still pushes furniture in front of his bedroom door when he's home alone. And Mum still won't hang paintings in her bedroom. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real. It was there. And sometimes, late at night when everything is quiet, I swear I can still feel it watching me. I've tried researching the history of the house since then, but haven't found anything significant. No recorded deaths, no tragic events, just an ordinary suburban home that for some reason wasn't ordinary at all. The scariest part? I think about how many other houses might be just like it. How many other families are lying awake right now, listening to footsteps that shouldn't be there, feeling eyes on them in the dark. Sometimes I drive past our old house just to see who lives there now. I've thought about knocking on the door, warning them, but what would I say? Excuse me, but there might be a tall black figure watching you sleep tonight. They probably wouldn't believe me anyway. I'm not sure I would have believed it either, if someone had warned us before we moved in. Some things you just have to experience to believe. And trust me, you don't want to experience this.